It's a humble It's a humble request to the people sitting at the back to kindly move in front so that we can continue with the conclave without any disturbance for people coming a little late. Engage, inspire, elevate. With this thought, I, Smita Gupta, welcome you all to one of the biggest business academia conclaves of the country, SBAC 2016. SPJIMR Business Academia Conclave, popularly known as SBAC, is a platform for businesses and academia to connect, network, share experiences, and learn from each other against the backdrop of evolving market conditions. Initiated in the year 2010, SBAC has witnessed increasing participation from the industry in the 6 conclaves, namely consulting, finance, human resources, information management, marketing, and operations, primarily featured through keynote addresses, panel discussions, seminars, symposia, case study discussions, etc. More than 35 prominent speakers from around the globe and 550 corporate participants come together on this common platform every year. Now, true to our tradition of Indian ethos, we would like to begin the event with the traditional lighting of the lamp. I would like to invite Dean Dr. Ranjan Banerjee, SBAC faculty coordinators Professor Aditi Devetya, Dr. Tulsi Jayakumar, Professor Jagdish Ratnani, Human Resources faculty coordinators Dr. Lata Dheer, Dr. Keith D'Souza, and SBAC 2016 convener Sahil Bana to kindly come on stage for the lighting of the lamp.
या कुंडेन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या कुंडेन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा या कुंडेन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता.
Thank you all, and thank you Priyasha for starting the day with the pious prayer. I would like to invite SBAC 2016 convener Sahil Bana to now come on stage and share his thoughts about SBAC.
Respected Dean Dr. Banerjee, faculty members, guests on campus, and dear friends. On behalf of the SBAC team, I welcome you all to the biggest academia SBAC 2016. SBAC is a true representation of our mission of influencing practice and promoting value-based growth. For the past 6 years, SBAC has been enabling vigorous exchange of ideas between industry leaders and delegates, academia, and students in the light of evolving market conditions. Keeping up with the tradition of pioneering unprecedented concepts, we bring to you 6 conclaves with cutting edge themes which impact the businesses of today. The core team acted as an umbrella committee to bring forward the perspective of 6 dimensions of business. Unique to this year's conclave, the initiative is to project the views of our own students who would share the stage with industry and academic stalwarts. The core team, along with the committee members, has worked in tandem to ensure SBAC 2016 is even bigger and better. We hope, like every year, to engage you all in thought-provoking discussions over the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil. SBAC is a completely student-driven initiative with the SBAC core team facilitating all the 6 conclaves. The core team was elected from the batch by the senior team of 2015. Now, I would like to invite the SBAC faculty coordinators to kindly come on stage and felicitate the core team of 2015. Coming up is Rahul Sarda, convener 2015 SBAC. Abhijit Sandhu, marketing and PR. Abhijit Sandhu, marketing and PR. Ishan Roy, marketing and PR. Aishwarya R, logistics. Abhimanyu Basu, web and creative. Apeksha Singh, web and creative. Saurabh Kumar, web and creative.
So everything we see is done by the students. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you the senior team for guiding us through the journey of SBAC 2016. I would like to invite our very own Dean, Dr. Ranjan Banerjee, to now come on stage and declare SBAC 2016 open and share his idea of SBAC and its relevance for business and academia.
So this is my Olympic moment. I now declare SBAC 2016 open. Okay. Lata, I'm assuming that I will talk about SBAC and then move directly into the HR conclave. So I will talk about both these things. So, I think first of all, when we look at SBAC, SBAC stands for SPJIMR, Business Academia Conclave. I think there is a second meaning that we are trying to give to SBAC this year. So it is 2 meanings. It is also a student business academia conclave because academia has traditionally meant faculty. And one of the things we really need to understand is that going forward, if you're really looking at partnership, sure, it is faculty and academics, sure, it is business, but it's also a new generation of employees. and that new generation of employees are represented in our students. So I really think we need a dialogue, it's a trialogue now, between all three of these parties. Now, let me talk briefly about SBAC, and I think SBAC is a part of, is the linchpin in a set of initiatives around this larger goal of influencing practice. So when a business school says we want to influence practice, there are two or three things we need to understand. First of all, influencing practice is a two-way street. If you want to influence practice, you first need to understand it. And for that understanding to happen, dialogue needs to happen. Now, what is the broad idea behind influencing practice? I think the first idea is this. There is a lot of research that is done in academia which stays in papers and does not reach practice. A part of the reason is that some of that is best kept in papers because it is too theoretical to be practically applicable. The other part is it does not stay because the academics are concerned about writing the papers and getting the publications. The practitioners are concerned about their next quarter target. There is nobody to translate. So one of the big needs is translation, and that is a role that institutes which want to influence practice have to do. They have to take complex theory, distill it down, make it practical, bring it to practitioners, get into a dialogue. And the opportunities once you do that are just immense. I will give you just two examples. I know of one organization. See, behavioral economics as a field has been around for over 15 years. But as recently as last year, an organization with a turnover of over 30,000 crores, just applying the principle of loss aversion to promotion communication, was able to get a benefit in excess of 2%. And you do the math on 2% on 30,000 crores. And what is this saying? This is saying something as simple as when you communicate a promotion, typically organizations are used to say, if you buy 100 units, you will get 200 rupees. Now, loss aversion basically says that people dislike losing more than they like winning. So the same communication, you flip it around and say, please ensure that you buy 100 units because I do not want you to lose out on the benefit of 200. And when you just frame or reframe that communication, the impact goes up. And these are all small percentage changes, but they're operating on large bases. Second example, 1980s, there was a paper written by Holmstrom and Milgrom on the multitask principal agent model. Now that sounds complicated. Essentially what it is saying is this. Suppose you have one person who's doing two tasks. One of the tasks is easily measurable. The other task is not so easily measurable, or the other task has more long-term kind of outputs which cannot be measured in the short term. If you make the mistake of incentivizing the first task, what will happen is you will not get effort on the second task at all. Now, this has widespread implications in practice, but we have been fundamentally violating the principles of this model for over 25, 26 years. Why? Because nobody has taken that mathematics, distilled it down. So this is one clear role for influencing practice. The second is, let me look at it from the business side. I honestly believe that Indian business is ahead of Indian academia, 10 to 15 years ahead. Because Indian business is moving towards global practice. Indian academic research is 10 to 15 years behind global practice. But the point is that the cutting edge practice of tomorrow is going to come from India. Now, we as academics need to sit with you, understand what you're doing, help you refine it, and also take that to the world, because the world needs to learn from India tomorrow. The second is that, there used to be a time when organizations used to talk about 5-year plans. And 5 years was long term. Today, 1 year is long term. And there are many reasons, but one of the reasons is how many people are taking a 5-year view of even their careers within the organization. So now, when you look at that, therefore, it is not that problems which have a 2-year horizon or a 3-year horizon are going away. So who's looking at those problems? Academics are paid to think. Why don't you let us look at those problems? So the point is that there is a real scope for creation of value. The first step to creation of value is one, conversation. The second is elimination of stereotypes. There is too much judgment on either side of the fence. There is too much stereotyping. So first of all, let us meet regularly, let us talk, and let us debate and discuss. And SBAC is a small beginning in this direction. There is a lot more that we will do, but I think this is a significant initiative. Look at this as, and if SBAC is an event and we do one event a year and we forget about it, then we're clearly not doing what we're supposed to do. SBAC is a platform to initiate a dialogue. If that dialogue continues and matures into partnership, then this makes sense. Otherwise, this is a mere beginning. So the value that we can create if we truly have the openness to work together is great, and we need to do it. Because if India needs to become a superpower, then we need to work together. And we need to work together at a larger level, not only for business that will uplift the needs of the top 20%, but to also figure out how business needs to reach the bottom 80% of the population. And for the India story to continue, it is clear that unless the India story moves into rural India, the sustainability is suspect. So this is kind of one piece that I wanted to talk about. The second piece, and I'm going to set this up for Lata to take it up on the HR front, and I'm going to just touch a range of issues. Okay, so I'm going to touch a range of issues, not necessarily with a structure, and then put a final point to this. So when we look at people issues, I think 2 or 3 important people issues, and let me start with a fundamental thing. The children of today have been brought up differently than our generation. Ours was a generation brought up to accept that parents were figures of authority. Disagreeing with parents was the exception and not the norm. This is partly the responsibility of all of us as parents, and partly that the children are different, and partly the digital age. But today parents become friends to children much earlier. Maybe at the age of 12 or the age of 13, and depending on which generation and your own particular parenting style. But the point is, therefore the children of today are used to being led and managed differently. Their idea of hierarchy in relationships is very different. They expect far more equality. This, to my mind, is the first and most fundamental challenge, that the new age employee who's coming into the workplace cannot be led in a hierarchical way. Have our leadership styles adapted? Have our management styles adapted? Is the theory we are teaching in business schools adapting? Have our teaching styles adapted? So one big kind of issue. The second issue, we are going the US way. Entrepreneurship is becoming fashionable, which is good, which is great, because if you look at the best B schools in India, clearly we need to create more job creators, but industry also needs those guys. So is industry ready to accept employees with an entrepreneurial bent of mind? Can you give people more responsibility at an early age? Are you really creating those empowering and enabling frameworks? If somebody wants to be an entrepreneur, is there a framework where he can incubate a business within a large company? Are we thinking about these issues? Okay, this is a common one. This is the thing about my generation is the digital migrant generation. We were taught technology by our children. The kids who are coming in, and you will see our students present, they are the digital natives. I have a further concern that many of our senior management will become digital migrants someday. So you have a serious problem in organizations. You need to strategize around digital, but at the very top of the organization, there is resistance. And a large part of resistance because they themselves are not regular users. So the challenge of enabling senior management, and how do we even look at things like reverse mentoring tomorrow, saying, because the best guys to teach senior management how to use digital are the fresh entrants. Are we open enough to look at that? I mean, I know Unilever has moved to that and other companies are talking about that. I was brought up in the Drucker world where you had unity of command. Increasingly, people are working in matrix organizations where your boss is not your only boss. So how do you manage in a world where your boss is not your only? And I have seen many multinationals, very few get the matrix right. Very few are able to make the matrix work, operate in a matrix, because the point is, how does a national country head work when the people reporting to him are actually reporting to somebody in Asia? So how do you manage these trade-offs in an organizational context is kind of an interesting issue. This issue of transversal projects, as you're running projects across the globe, more and more you have to manage projects with people in different countries, in different roles, with different KRAs. So this phrase that we hear very often, influence without power. How do you get people to do what you want when your roles and goals are fundamentally misaligned? So this project management and the challenges of project management are no longer restricted to the construction industry. It has gone global. It has gone across industry. Big issue. My second last issue is on diversity. And diversity, and I'll talk about three themes. This is the first thing I'm going to tell you is a little funny, but it's actually much more sad. Which is that I went to a large multinational company and there were 4 groups of regional managers sitting and the issue of gender diversity came up. And in one of the regions, I will not tell you which part of the country, but they said, yes, we had diversity, but she left. So you had one lady in the team and she left. Now, there are 2 problems with this. The first problem is the ratio where you had only one lady. The second problem, which is actually very scary, is think of an organization where there was one lady who had the courage to work in a male-dominated function and she was labeled diversity. How easy is it to work in an organization where your label is diversity? So when we look at gender diversity, you know, I think what we are doing in most cases, there are enlightened organizations, is lip service. We are doing the percentages, we are not doing the fundamentals. I'm not just being populist here, we need to start with the men. We need to start with the men. The male attitudes are the biggest block to gender diversity, that's one. Secondly, it should not just be a mandated percentage. There is enough research to show us, and we know this, that if you have diversity in the boardroom and your top management team, your innovation outcomes improve. Why does it improve? There are people who understand 50% of your consumers better. You know, husbands don't claim to understand women. So the point is that if you do not have women on your board, how can you claim to understand the consumer in a complete way? But there are larger things. I mean, there are issues in terms of thinking differently. But the point is that you should do it because it's strategic. You should not do it because there's a percentage. The second issue is culture. And increasingly, you're doing work across country boundaries, sometimes on the telephone, sometimes on Skype, sometimes on. And when you look at culture, I think we need to move beyond how we shake hands and how we bow. And, you know, that first level of orientation which says don't make silly mistakes in interacting with another culture, we need to grow beyond that and talk about cultural adaptability. And that to me is I can interact with any culture. One, I'm sensitive to these. 2 is I have genuine curiosity about understanding somebody different from myself. And 3 is there is a third level. And that third level to me is when you meet somebody for the first time, it's nationality. When nationality moves to humanity, then you have truly moved to cultural diversity. When you are able to see people as human beings first, appreciate the differences, but recognize that 90% is similarities, and that's what we build on. The final aspect of diversity, and this is not talked about, is generational diversity. Today in BPO's financial sector, many organizations, people become leaders for the first time at the age of 24 or the age of 25. There's a challenge. People who are not fully sorted emotionally are leading other people. How do you prepare them? It's a tough one. So, you know, finally, I want to leave you with this thought that maybe the final definition in this is we need to change our definition of leadership. Leadership in India, and I think in the rest of the world so, but more in India, has been hierarchical, status-based, and based on position. The question which every leader of tomorrow must ask himself or herself, if I did not have the position, would people still follow me? And this may seem like a very harsh barrier, but I'd like to close with this. If people would not follow you, I'm sorry, you're a manager, you're not a leader. Thank you.
A very good morning to our esteemed speakers, corporate participants, academicians, faculty at SPJIMR, our respected dean, and students. I, Sushant Jaggi, along with Shaoli Chaudhary, members of the Human Resources Committee at SPJN Institute of Management and Research, will be your comparers for today.
It gives us immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the HR Conclave 2016 as part of the SPJIMR Business Academic Conclave.
We find ourselves extremely fortunate to have with us speakers of such eminent stature today.
I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our faculty advisors, Dr. Ladir and Dr. Keith D'Souza. Dr. Ladir has been with SPJIMR for the past 12 years. She's a certified psychologist and a doctorate in management. She's the pioneering force behind the Personal Growth and Leadership Lab at SPJIMR, and she has also emulated the same at Europe very, very recently.
Dr. Keith D'Souza has been associated with SPJIMR for the past 9 years. He is a postgraduate in management from XLRI Jamshedpur and a doctorate at the IIM Institute, IIM Ahmedabad. He was previously a professor at XLRI Jamshedpur for 13 years and served as Dean of XLRI for a year.
So before we invite Dr. Ladir to lay down the foundation for today's conclave, we have a short 1-minute clip which will tell you more about our theme and the basis for it.
On this note, I would like to invite Dr. Ladir to share a few words with us.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Samir Wagle and Mr. Sanjay Singh, our keynote speakers, our panelists, invited delegates from the HR fraternity, our knowledge partners, Conclave International, our Dean Dr. Ranjan Banerjee, faculty colleagues, and my dear students. Dr. Keith D'Souza and I welcome you to the 7th SBAC HR Conclave 2016. Over the years, we at the SBAC HR Conclave have deliberated on various issues that we believe reflected the contemporary scenario of our changing times. On this very platform, we have discussed and deliberated on issues like building innovative HR practices, harnessing diversity through inclusive workplaces, enhancing employee commitment and employee engagement. Last year, we had discussed the theme, equity in the workplace, tapping talent from the margins. The theme for this year's HR Conclave is the New Age People Management. As we were ideating about this particular theme, I got in touch with some of our alumni and asked them the question, what did they think were the competencies required to be effective managers and leaders? They believed that earlier in the past, they were being hired and promoted for data-driven, being logical, being task-focused, and being directive. But today they believe and they feel that the equal emphasis is being laid on being inquisitive, being patient, inclusive, creative, and compassionate, both in established as well as newer organizations. So things are changing. Taking on further from Dr. Ranjan Banerjee's perspective, it is clear that success no longer today will depend on single-minded focus on strategy and execution, but on understanding and harnessing and understanding the multiplicity, the diversity and ambiguity of the world around us. Therefore, what is needed today is a multi-focus, non-linear thinking. The managers of today will have to be motivated to search for radical new ways for mobilizing and organizing human capabilities. So the times have changed, and so has the work culture. Experience is one thing that comes with time, as people say. But what about the passion and the optimism for trying out new ideas that the youth are ignited with today? So yes, that brings us to a new age of startups. Youngsters don't follow the conventional path of prosperous career. And according to the Economic Times report, August 2015, there would be 1 lakh startups worth 500 billion in the next decade in India. So what implications does all this have for MBA education? In this seminal work, in the book called Rethinking MBA, professors from Harvard Business School, Datar, Gavin, and Cullen, I have mentioned 8 unmet needs of MBA education. And one gap that directly impacts people management is developing leadership skills. So we at SPJIMR, apart from teaching various management subjects, have integrated the non-classroom initiatives for leadership development, starting with the Personal Growth Lab. At the Personal Growth Lab, our students are assessed on various emotional, managerial, and leadership competencies. The competencies of managing conflicts, building resilience, compassion, emotional awareness of self and others, and interpersonal connections are further nurtured through various other non-classroom initiatives through experiential learning. Towards the end of the MBA experience, our students are reassessed on the very same competencies before the placements to help them understand their growth trajectory and also to better align their careers to their competencies. In the longitudinal study that we are conducting at SPJIMR, spanning over 8 years, initial statistical analysis shows that there's a significant positive shift in all the above competencies. So we believe through these initiatives, we are preparing our students to meet the challenges of today's dynamic and complex world. So this morning, we would like to aim to seek to answer some of the questions that we were wondering when we were actually thinking of the theme. How, in an age of rapid change, do you create organizations that are adaptable and resilient as they are focused and efficient? Whether or not companies completely do away with organizational charts or pursue profits with principles, managers will have to contend with the new knowledge of professionals, an individual who constantly questions the value of what he or she is doing. And that's the generation of today. Also, how in a creative economy where entrepreneurial genius is a secret to success, do you inspire employees to bring gifts of initiative and passion to work every day? We seek some perspectives on these questions from our speakers. In the research that I had undertaken in my doctoral thesis with 1,000 large-scale and small-scale enterprises, the main implication that emerged from my work was that the management of large-scale enterprises was to shift their overemphasis on pay packages and incentives, and on the other hand, build creating trust and recognition in organizations. And on the other hand, small-scale enterprises, besides nurturing relationships, will also have to spend time on building HR interventions and other competencies. So in the panel discussion, we would seek to identify the differences in the way people are managed and what critical competencies would be required for newer organizations as compared to the established ones. And towards the end of the whole thing, we would also have some of our students come and share with us their aspirations and their expectations from the way the world is going today. And with this, I will request that we all take the opportunity to learn what we can from today's entire proceedings of the morning. Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very insightful and certainly set the scope for today's discussion. Without further delay, we would like to introduce our first speaker for the day.
Our first speaker is Mr. Samir Wagle, MD, Asian Healthcare Fund. Mr. Samir joined the fund from Nomura Securities, where he headed the India team for their prop book private equity division. He has an overall 18 years of investing and operating experience, including over 14 years in the private equity or venture capital space across leading Indian and international platforms like Nomura, IL and FS, vertical management, and GVFL. During his PE career, Samir has invested in and worked closely with a number of companies and entrepreneurs in the consumer services and technology sectors in India and Southeast Asia. He has extensive experience in deal origination, due diligence, deal execution, exits, and portfolio management, including working with early stage portfolio companies in areas like corporate strategy, business development, mergers and acquisitions, and new business initiatives. Prior to his VC experience, he has operational assignments at two Indian engineering companies, Vice Crompton Greaves and DGP Windsor. Mr. Samir is an electrical engineer from the University of Pune, an MBA from SPJIMR Institute of Management and Research, and a chartered financial analyst from the CFA Institute, US. He is closely associated with and is on the investment committee of Avishkar, India's first social venture capital firm. He is also involved with Takshashila, an independent networked think tank on India's strategic affairs. We welcome you, sir.
So as you can see, the point Professor Banerjee made that the older generation is a technology dinosaur. How do you open this? Yes. So quick introduction to Asian Healthcare Fund. We are a healthcare private equity focused fund. Invest in early growth stage companies. Main differentiation is that we have a team which is which has got a significant operating experience. So that's the main difference from other private equity funds. And this is what. So if you come to the, I'll just spend about 7-8 minutes talking about the HR scenario as I see it, and then maybe we can take Q&A. The new industries which have come in. When I joined, when I left SPJIMR, I joined Crompton Greaves. Rahul Yadav was not even born at that time, right? Today, I guess Housing.com or Flipkart or Myntra are probably tier 1 companies, day 1 companies. So companies which, I mean, this is just one example, but media, organized healthcare are sectors which have really come into being in the last decade to couple of decades. And these industries have significantly different criteria for success. And based on knowledge, IP differentiation, so it's not asset based. So in a manufacturing setup, you are hired to manage assets. You know, I was in Crompton in part of the transformer manufacturing industry. I mean, we were manufacturing transformers. So our brief was to manufacture transformers, sell transformers. Today, what is more important is not just manufacturing, but the design, the IP that is being created. And therefore, the criteria for success for these industries are very, very different from what was there so many years back. The next thing is entrepreneurship. You know, it's a whole wave which has come in. Infosys started it, Biocon, a lot of the other companies have taken it. And today we have the whole e-commerce wave. It's a big role model. I mean, successful entrepreneurs are role models now. Failures, you know, Rahul Yadav is already on his next journey, I guess. He's already got funded by VCs. Not that housing has failed, but you know, whatever. So entrepreneurship is today a successful career, is a attractive career option for people, which was not the case perhaps 20 years back when I passed out of SPJIMR. From my batch, probably at that time, we had 1 or 2 people who started companies. I guess the statistics today would be very different. The other trend is that businesses are becoming a lot more international. We have examples of Indian companies, the Mahindras, the Crompton Greaves and others, which have gone and acquired international players, have become international because of that. Or you have companies like the international IT, the Indian IT players, which by definition of their business models have become international players. And therefore, you have expats who are part of the team. You have teams, Indians who are now based overseas. And therefore, you no longer are an Indian company. You are a global corporation by all means of that word. Uh, and then professionalization of the family managed businesses. You know, we have examples of the Dabur Group, Murgappa Group, where started by promoters, but now increasingly being run by professionals. The other big change is the rapid change. I think again the point which Professor Banerjee made. You know, it's there is 5 years is a dinosaur age. 1 year also is too long. I think change happens in months now. In businesses like e-commerce, it's faster. In businesses like medical devices, where we invest in, it's probably slower, but nevertheless, it is something that keeps us awake at night. So industries get disrupted in matter of months, and one has to be vigilant all the time. Technology has become an inherent part of the business. I remember when we passed out of SPJIMR, and some of my colleagues here, we had a computer lab. We used to share a computer lab, and we used to take shifts. Some of us used to work in the day, some of us used to work in the night to use the computer lab. Today, I guess each student has a laptop, and that trend is true for everyone in the industry. The business operates 24/7 literally today, and this has huge implications on the employee, both in terms of the way the organization works, as well as the demands on the employee from a work-life balance, from his capabilities. Leadership positions are being increasingly occupied by younger professionals. This is something which is again happened over the last 5-6 years. Started with companies like Cognizant, now AirAsia, others, and then obviously a lot of the tech companies by definition have had to do it. But you have a situation where increasingly younger people have taken leadership positions, so that has implications. And then geographically widely dispersed organizations. So I've just covered what are the changes that I see, and I'm not a practicing HR guy, but these are my observations from being a VC investor for the last 18 years, having invested in 25-30 companies. So bear with me if some of these are kind of a bit simplistic. From there on, I'm trying to highlight what I see are the implications for HR. So the first is people, and this is the need to empower and train people down the line. For example, My Dentist, that we have invested in this company called My Dentist, which is India's largest dental clinic chain, which has about 105, 110 centers. So here, for the customer, My Dentist is not the logo or the poster. It is the experience that the customer gets when he visits the My Dentist clinic and when he interacts with the receptionist or the dentist or the assistant. So as an organization, we need to make sure that My Dentist provides the consistent experience, the right knowledge, the right service that we want to be delivered, and that again consistently day in and day out. So this is something which has to be done, and the person down the line has to be empowered to deal with the customer. Second is that organizations scale up quite rapidly. So My Dentist has scaled up again from 200 to 1,000 people in 3 years. From a e-commerce perspective, I would say this is slow. I guess in an e-commerce perspective, this will probably grow in a matter of a year. But nevertheless, the implications are the same, which is that you need to be able to have the ability in the organization to deal with that growth, because the same person, an operations head who was dealing with 20 clinics 2 years back, today has to deal with 100 clinics. Can he do it? and is your technology system in a position to handle that? So those are kind of things which need to be managed. You need to be able to deal with the situation in a very agile manner. Performance management in real time. You know, this is more true in startups, early stage companies. You hire people, and very quickly you realize that you have made the wrong choice. Either the person is, I mean, the organization is a wrong choice for the person, or the person is the wrong choice for the organization. Either case, the best thing to do is to bite the bullet very quickly, because unfortunately in the Indian context what happens is you try to take the easier option, give the person time, give the organization time, but what typically then happens is you harm both sides, because you end up having a suboptimal situation both sides. And therefore what we tell our companies is that we need to be humane, but at the same time, if we make a mistake, first of all I would try to avoid making a mistake. But once you make a mistake, correct that mistake as early as possible. The flip side of this is the high level of aspiration with employees, and the attrition levels have really gone up, and this is a ongoing challenge to retain people, to keep them motivated, to keep them engaged, and this is something which I guess will not change. Uh, and so yeah, the related to that is the whole balance between control and freedom. You have a lot of things which have changed. So you employees come into the organization, uh, you have social media, you have so many other distractions. How do you make sure that the employee is productively engaged, contributing to the company? At the same time, do you want to micromanage him? It's a very thin balancing act. I remember, and I'm not exaggerating this. My first venture capital job was with a company called GVFL, Gujarat Venture Finance, and we had a common internet connection at that time. And I remember that a bunch of my colleagues got a warning letter from the management for having used the internet connection for checking their personal email beyond a certain number of time. They literally got a warning letter. This was 98, 99. Uh, do you think something like that would even be thought about today? So, times have changed, but the dilemma will not change, which is that when the employee comes in, how do you keep him engaged? How do you keep him contributing to the organization without compromising on what he wants to do? Then continuous training and reskilling of employees. Technology changes. We are seeing this situation in the IT industry, IT services industry today. And this is something which you need to do continuously. Employee satisfaction, role definition, and this we see, and I'm going to make a very slightly controversial statement today, which is that with the younger generation, what one sees is that the aspiration level. So when someone joins an organization, he or she wants to become a partner from day one, and therefore there is a very clear mismatch between aspiration and what the role definition is. Associate by definition cannot be a partner. That happens over a period of time, and therefore that is something that has to be managed. Then ESOPs, again, this is something which has become very important, especially for knowledge-based industries, to retain people. Building employer brand, again, this is as important as building the company brand with through marketing. So this is something that we make sure is part of the marketing campaigns. Cultural training, again, something that Professor Banerjee mentioned. We have had examples where we have companies where we have invested, have grown internationally. We have hired expats, and then it's very difficult to integrate the Indians and the non-Indians, and it's something that has to be worked on. It's very critical. The last piece I'll talk about is professionalization of businesses. This is something which happens when you invest in businesses started by entrepreneurs. The entrepreneur, by definition, is someone who is, you know, thinks he's the best person to run an organization, and he doesn't think there's anyone else who can do as good a job as he can do it, and therefore finds it difficult to let go. But unfortunately, however good he has only 24 hours and 7 days in a week, so he has to hire people. He has to get someone to work with him. So we have seen classic cases of professionals being hired, but then being set up for failure, not being given the requisite authority, resources. So that's something that we work on fairly closely. We have to put in place systems and processes, because we cannot, a company cannot grow if it revolves around individuals. It has to be institutionalized, and that's something which is very critical. And the other challenge is, as the company grows, some of the older teams, so people who have been with the company from the beginning, but who have to start reporting to more senior professionals who come on board, start feeling left out. And again, the challenge is that you need to retain them, some of them, because they may be important for the organization in certain areas. So the challenge is to retain them, at the same time to get them to work with people who are more senior to them. And the last is personal relationships versus professional roles. You know, you start a business with your best friend or with your cousin. There's no guarantee that things will work out. We've seen multiple cases where personal relationships fail when it goes to professional, because they're two different cups of tea. And so therefore there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area. So that's broadly what I wanted to cover. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you. Yeah. I think the very important is you need to keep learning. You need to be loyal to yourself. One generation before us, when you joined a company, that was your career. You typically spent all your life working with that company. Today, chances are that, not chances, almost definitely, you will, when you join a company, you will probably change multiple companies through your career. You will change industries through your career. So the most important thing is to be loyal to yourself, keep learning, and keep trying to engage with new things, because like I said, change is the only thing which is constant in today's world. So an industry that you're going to join today will not remain the same 10 years later. So you have to keep learning new things, and keep improving yourself. That's the only thing you can keep doing. And keep being associated with SPJIMR, I think. Yeah, please.
Homegrown managers to top leadership positions. So what is your view on that?
No, so normally I think that is the situation, that given a option of hiring someone from within an organization versus hiring someone from outside, if the person within the organization has all the attributes and qualities, experience that one needs for a particular role, then it is always better to hire from within the organization. But there are times when you might need some amount of fresh thinking to come into the organization. So in those situations, you might want to get someone from outside. But normally, because one of the key issues with someone new coming in is that the person has to adapt to the organization culture. So by getting someone from within the organization to step up to that role, you are removing that risk. And secondly, you are also showing a growth part to people within the organization. So obviously that will be the first option, but that doesn't work out all the time. Yeah.
So I have a question about when you actually fund an organization. How do you keep the excitement? What compensation practices happen at that point? I'm assuming you have taken an organization who has a basic idea, the idea is working, and now you stepped in and put some funds. What HR practices keep the excitement going in that?
So typically when we invest in a company, most of the times we don't have, it's not very professionally run. So it's not only HR, it's finance. So we bring in professional inputs. So we will, so if there is, no senior HR person or manager, we would even hire a HR manager. But that apart, we would put in place all the HR systems. So starting from, compensation is one part of it, but starting from recruitment, performance management, training, the entire piece. We would benchmark the compensation against industry practices, and an important part for companies that we invest in, because these are all growing companies, so they are all relatively immature. So we can't really pay them top dollar. So typically, at least for the senior management, compensation is largely revolving around ESOPs. So we put in place an ESOP plan, employee stock option plan, and that's how it is. So typically for most people who are within that bracket, the senior management, the promoters, the value they see is that in a period of 5, 6, 7 years, if we are able to grow the company and create value, then they would benefit disproportionately from those options as compared to doing a run-of-the-mill job that they would do in some other business. So that would be a core part of the compensation package.
So my question is also from a startup regarding new age people management. So for considering in today's time and age, startups kind of start bleeding money, with the way they manage people, because they want to retain them and attrition is high. So where do you think the line should be drawn, and like what is the kind of advice that you would give to a startup or a person starting?
So I come from the old school. So finally, I think any business has to make profits. So you cannot. Unfortunately, what happened over the last 3-4 years is that the business model for some of these companies was the next round of funding. So I think straightforward answer to your question is that there has to be clarity within a certain finite period of time. The company has to achieve profitability. So generally, when you say the business is not making profits, that is the reason behind that is that you're losing money because you're investing in expansion, then that is still understandable. As long as you're making money at the unit economics level and you're only losing money because you're expanding capacity, you're setting up new facilities, then it's fine. But the core thing is that you have to start making money on the unit economics. So the bottom line should be that the moment you stop expansion, you'll start being profitable.
So we have all observed and agreed that the generation today is very different from the generation maybe a couple of decades ago. So when you look at new hires, or when you're looking at someone who's hiring right now, what do you expect from them, and how have these expectations evolved over time?
So I don't think expectations have changed. I think what you expect from someone that you hire is competence in the skills that uh, you're looking for in that job. But more important than that is attitude, uh, ability to do hard work, ethics. So I think these are not changed, and these are the gold standard for hiring, and I think those will continue to be the gold standard for hiring because that continues.
Hello, sir. You have told about this young professionals being hired for managerial roles. So I have a question. How exactly do we, get that? I mean, have the requisite people skills so that we can actually, make impact.
I think the way you can get there is by getting your hands dirty. So get into industry, take up more and more responsibility, build a track record, prove yourself. Don't be afraid to take more and more responsibility. Make mistakes, learn from it. I mean, it's not no rocket science.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So my question directly stems from the point that Dean Ranjan made about young leaders who are being stable themselves, leading companies. So, for example, if you take Housing.com as an example, so Rahul Yadav in an interview last month has accepted the fact that he was mentally not in a position to handle such a company when he was at the helm of Housing.com. So my question is that for investors like you, you're putting in millions of dollars into startups which are led by people who are not visibly in a position to handle the amount of money that is being put into their hands. So is it right to put such large amounts of money at risk uh, onto betting on individuals who themselves don't feel that they're capable of handling?
So I think it's not right to take one statement out of context. I guess Rahul Yadav had a great vision. No person is perfect. So perhaps something went wrong. There is always issues when you have a group of people running a business. There are issues. Something went wrong in this particular instance. For one Rahul Yadav, there are 10 other examples where things have worked out. So I don't think it's right to pass a general statement that even Rahul Yadav. I think we'd never know. I mean, what comes in the Economic Times is not necessarily what happened, right? So I'll give him the benefit of doubt. Your point about VCs being careful about investing in young entrepreneurs is a valid point, and I assure you that most VCs are careful because finally their their future is tied up to how their investments perform. So they take all the whatever they think is the most appropriate precautions while doing it, but mistakes do happen.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So what we are seeing right now is a lot of startups coming up and young entrepreneurs out of college starting up big enterprises. Like you talked about Housing.com for the examples. Now the trend is that they are hiring professionals or senior management from the traditional industries to come and scale up the startups. So how do we see that? Because the helm of the startups are the young entrepreneurs, and at the middle management or the senior levels, where they're hiring the senior management from the traditional industry to come in. So how does the HR practices at the startups work in that case? Because we have younger people at the top and the traditional people at the middle or high level.
So again, that was the point which Professor Banerjee made. So he said there's no hierarchy. So I was going to say this is a reverse hierarchy now. So yeah, I mean it's a valid point. These are challenges we see in our businesses. You have a 50-year-old person reporting to a 30-year-old CEO. That's a fact of life. But I think as long as there is enough maturity in the individuals involved, and there's a common aim of building value in the business, and there is alignment of interest, I think a lot of these issues can be resolved. But it's not easy, but a lot of these issues can be resolved.
Is the reality that eventually it is the investor who show a regulatory reports to the investors?
No. No, Professor Rao, I don't think that's the situation. No, public, private, my hair would have been a lot more black if I, no, so, no. See, the reality is that as a private equity investor, you end up owning a minority stake. Uh, when things are good, it's all fine, but when things don't go well, see that there are agreements which are in place which protect you. But in the Indian judicial system, those agreements are more of a moral weapon. So the best way to address the situation is through moral persuasion. So, yeah. So,
digitally challenged. Okay. I don't think it is new to have 30-year-olds reporting to, 50-year-olds reporting to 30-year-olds. The difference was that historically, the 30-year-olds were there because they were their father's son. So today, the 30-year-olds are there because they are competent. So in family businesses, this has always been there, right? If you look at any professional business, it still happens in India today. That you have 30-year-olds who are essentially, some of them may be qualified, have done degrees abroad, but fundamental qualification is father's son. So I think from that we are moving away. And the critical thing therefore is, what is the mentoring structure for the young entrepreneur?
Right.
Is I think the answer to some of the issues that are being raised.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, and the other part to that also is that the 30-year-old, in many cases, does not believe that anyone else can do the job beside him. So, no more questions.
So one last question. So
Yeah.
in today's day and age where compensation seems to be the driving factor for most people to choose companies, what do you suggest are the most sustainable motivators for small companies to retain talent?
So, I think, at least I would like to believe that still many people, many employees would look at the job content, the people that you're working with, than just compensation. Because I think your career is a 50, 60-year-old race. So, if you just join a company because you're getting a better compensation rather than a better job profile, a better learning, then you're, selling yourself cheap. At least the way we sell for companies is the role, the kind of freedom and growth that the person will enjoy. And at the bottom of it, obviously, is that over 7-8 years, if the business grows in the right direction, then through ESOPs, the value that can be generated are far more than what he would get in a conventional salaried structure.
Okay, I think that's enough questions in the interest of time.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure to be here.
Just a small request to the audience, since we are giving out prizes for the best questions, we would request you to kindly state your name and organization prior to asking your questions and to keep your questions brief. I would like to thank sir for his insightful and very different viewpoint on new age people management from a venture capitalist point of view. And we would now like to present him a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir, for your insightful view. Our next speaker for the day is Mr. Sanjay Singh, Global VP of HR for Crompton Greaves. Mr. Sanjay Singh has extensive experience in international operations and HR best practices globally. Prior to joining Crompton Greaves, Mr. Singh was at Tata Motors as the head of HR for the commercial vehicles business, including international operations and subsidiaries in more than 30 countries. He was also responsible for HR support for the entire purchase, supply chain, and quality organization of Tata Motors. He has spearheaded several international assignments in HR managerial functions in Europe and Asia for Dr. Reddy's. Prior to joining Dr. Reddy's, he has also worked with the Indian Railways for 10 years. Mr. Sanjay holds an MBA degree from Singapore's Nanyang Technological University and a master's degree in international relations from Jawaharlal Nehru University. We welcome you, sir.
got my memento. Thank you. I know. Thank you. So, morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank you. Sorry, I think very insightful. And also, I think when you were speaking a lot from the experience. You know, because you're from the industry, not from academia. So, you were sounding as if we experience whatever every day. So let me start today. I've been, I wanted to make it more topical to the campus. So I'm not going to look at the whole gamut of the way we are going to. I don't need the mic. I can shout louder. So, so I just wanted to focus on what is the typical thing that you really come to when you come to a campus. What really keeps on driving you all the time, and what is there, in your mind all the time. So I'll start with some little stories. One little story happened with me just 2 days back. I met the vice chairman and somebody who has been the right hand man to a promoter in a pharma company. He built the company from ground zero to at least a company which is in its area among the top 10 in the world. And he was, briefly chatting with me. He was saying, you're in HR, very good, this and that. What do HR people do? And so I was like a little confused. And then he said, what do you think is leadership? I mean, we hear it about all the time. I've hired so many consultants in my career, but I just wanted to know from a practitioner. And he was very curious because I was in the IAS earlier. I qualified IAS in '93. He said, you worked there and you worked here, so I would want to know, what's your perspective. And I started by saying, there has to be like, I think for me the biggest thing is that there has to be no gap between what you say and what you do, because that really distracts people. Second thing is you really need to have a high resolve. That means you are a real leader only when you can turn around. So if your company is really going down the hill and you come in there and you say, I'm going to turn it around. And this really happens in the auto sector because it is a sector with a lot of capital investment. And if you handle or mishandle anything, the sector starts going down. And you know what's happening in the Indian stage. It happened in India also. There was a refrigerator company which had 86% market share. It came down to 7%. They sold it to somebody. He made it 0%. That's what happens. That's what will happen here. But we have some legends in the area of auto. One of them is Sergio Marchionne. He came and he retrieved Fiat from bankruptcy, turned it around. He bought Chrysler. He turned around Chrysler also. The Chrysler story is so interesting that when he came in, Chrysler had taken $26 billion in debt. And he stood on the stage in the US and he said, within 3 years, I will make it cash positive. And if we don't make it cash positive within 3 years, we will all go. And he did make it cash positive by $600 million. There's another person who is now a walking legend on the earth. He lives in 3-4 countries. He is the first non-Japanese to be the CEO of a Japanese company. He is the CEO of Renault Nissan. He did the same thing with Nissan. When he went to Japan and when he started hiring people from France and people from Brazil, people were very unhappy with him because how can you hire a non-Japanese in a Japanese company? And he stood and he did a communication session with the top 100 people and he said, I'm standing here and I commit to you, within 3 years, we will turn Nissan into profit making. And if it does not turn into a profit making enterprise, we all will leave your company. We all will leave your country also. But he has really turned it around. I'm missing his name. What's Carl Goes. And he's a madman in the sense that he's traveling all the time. He's in France for 7 days. For 7 days he's in his house in South America. For 10 days he's somewhere in Japan, and then he's traveling all over the world. So you have these kind of examples. What is leadership and other things. But what is happening in India is very, very interesting. Actually, we are really at a moment where all traditional paradigms are actually getting broken. So I've got some pictures for you. And why I am forced to put this picture in front of you, it tells you the multiple choices that today you have. So on 17th of December 2015, something special happened when I was watching a video on YouTube. In the Sri Ram College of SRCC, Sundar Pichai was walking in And when he was walking in, and I was watching, it was like he was much better than Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan, you name it. There were around more than 40,000 students sitting and waiting for him with bated breath. And who was his master of ceremony? Harsha Bhogle. And you know who's Harsha Bhogle? A better celebrity than many of the CEOs in India, including the promoter ones. And he was the comparer. And the moment he walked in, he had his bodyguards around him. But he's like a very, very, Me Too guy. He's a very simple guy. And the reason that Larry Page got him was, what did Larry Page told the media? Larry Page said, whenever we had a discussion in the meeting room, there was somebody who will keep quiet all the time. And when we were about to finish the meeting, there is this one person who will try to bring everybody to the common denominator so that we agree on a thing. Google is full of very bright people. They are very heady. We needed somebody who can bring them down and together. And Sundar is one of them. So this is a wonderful thing that Harsha said that day. He says, Sundar, when I look at you, can I ask you something? Are you the Rahul Dravid of Google? And what did he say? He said, I played cricket in Tamil Nadu. I was my school's cricket captain. I know that Rahul had got a good technique, but I don't know any other thing about him. He said, no, Rahul is supposed to be the good guy. Why is he supposed to be the good guy, Rahul? Anybody, any guesses? You tell him to play at bat number 1, he'll bat number 1. You tell him to open, he'll open. You tell him to come number 6 because India is losing all the wickets, he'll come at number 6. You tell this to Virat Kohli, he'll stop playing and the India will lose. So that's the reality. That's the reality. The whole media will cover him and he will ensure that India loses. Or at least he ensures that everybody in the media comes to know about it. So Rahul, and when this was asked to Rahul Dravid one day, he said, I do it because I feel whenever they change my role, I learn something new and I explore myself better. So when this thing was asked to him, now if you look at Pichai and you try to compare yourself, what is the background of Pichai? He's a BTech in metallurgy. Who has the chance to become a Google CEO? Does just theoretically a BTech in metallurgy has a chance to become a Google CEO? Yes or no? You know it better. I don't know it. No. Because only when you are in the top 59, you get into BTech, computer science in IIT Bombay. And if you're anything less than top 300, you don't get into any of the top IITs in computer science. And then he gets into something else. Now look at the other person. He's also a smart guy, very, very smart, very energetic. He doesn't take rest. I've heard him once. It's Satya Nadella. Which campus did he do his BTech from? Which branch? Electrical. Now Manipal Electrical, tell me where is it placed in India in terms of the pecking order? You can't peck it. You can't peck it. Now, let me come to the final point. Why all of us fail to have great careers? My topic is not why we cannot retain you. My topic is why we don't really try to maximize our potential. My topic is why we fail to have a great career. How does he land up there and how does he become a rock star? Because he fails, he understands, he explores, and he finds something and keeps on doing everything. The thing which is being told about him is he never takes rest. He's all the time on the job learning about technology. Let's go to somebody whom I really admire. I track him on a weekly basis. His name is Elon Musk. You know about him? Okay. Whom is he competing with? He is competing with not only Apple, he's competing with Toyotas and Hondas. You know what is a Toyota? I work in auto sector. If they're in 60 countries, in all the 60 countries, they make profit, barring 1 or 2. They go, they land there, they turn it around. Honda, they go, they land it there, they turn it around. Toyota could not come with an electric car, which could be commercialized. He's finally come up with a car which is commercialized. It is selling a little expensive, which is $80,000, $90,000. It's called Tesla Motors. But he's saying he'll bring it down to the level of $50,000, which is 56 or 35 lakh rupees. And when he was trying to work on the project, he failed for 7 consecutive years. But Toyota was such a nice company. What did they do? Tell me, what did they do? They were like Ratan Tata. They gave him $226 million. They said, we are with you.
So what happens is when you make a choice to come into a bureaucracy, which is a company with a strong processes and system, there is a possibility that your entrepreneurial skill may not get the kind of support that you really need. You actually are always affected, I will not say control, affected by the environment within which you operate. Nobody has higher technical competence in auto manufacturing. Nobody has more money in the pocket than Toyota in the world, which is the biggest car manufacturer, beating GM after 75 years of supremacy. And they can't commit, but Elon Musk can come with it. And now you look at, so what I'm saying now is that in India, career, I think I forgot to write somewhere. I would rather say careering is more about gambling. You have to decide what you really want to do, and you have to place your bets. What you cannot do is, I want to go to McKinsey's, I want to do an IIM, and yet I want to be somebody like a Kunal Bahal or a Vijay Sharma. You cannot be. And once you make the choice, follow that particular choice, use it for self-exploration, because you have to understand what you really want to do. And the challenge for the companies is to hire the kind of people they can retain, and to have this conversation going earlier rather than later. You know what is the best thing in life is that when you get into something, so somebody goes, he appears for BTech, he gets his rank, he gets chemical engineering, he goes to somebody, he gets mechanical engineering, he goes somewhere else. There's nothing wrong about it. Why? Because that time we are ignorant. That time we are ignorant. If I knew the kind of constraints which are there imposed by policies and processes and systems, maybe I wouldn't have tried for the IAS. But you get in, you learn it, you try to make it work, and then when it doesn't work, you say, okay, I'm moving out. Now I'm moving out. So this is the one thing, today what is happening in India is, India IT service sector grew because service sector does not require a lot of capital investment. It does not require like huge funding. And therefore, as one of the ministers said, the communication minister of today, I heard him in a speech, he said, IT grew despite of us. But it's very difficult to grow an electrical engineering industry or an auto industry despite of the government, because they really reach huge investment. The same thing applies to the power sector. So in India, what is really happening is that we are actually the fastest growing startup place now, Samir. Yeah, we are the fastest growing startup place in the world. We are the third largest global startup ecosystem, and we are, I think, the second or the third highest in e-commerce in the world. So this is where we are. So you have opportunities and you have choices. You also have this traditional choice. I don't know how many of you know him, but we just took it from the net. He's an IIM guy. He's managing partner in BCG. This is the traditional paradigm that all of us had. You have this guy, actually, I met him. He's just a simple BTech from a Haryana engineering college. Today, he's the CEO of Adani Power. When I met him, I was overwhelmed. They control 11% of private power produced in India, which is a huge thing. So he just happened to be there. It didn't happen because of his degrees. Vijay Sharma, engineering graduate from Delhi College of Economics, struggled a little bit, came with Paytm. Paytm was struggling. One day he met somebody called Ratan Tata. Ratan Tata gave him a lot of money, and then he got how much money from Alibaba? $500 million. And then what does he do? Which nobody else can do other than Coke and Pepsi. What does he do? He sponsors India South Africa cricket series. Now tell me, you take the name of 10 top Indian companies run by promoters. Can they sponsor India cricket series? No. Nobody has that kind of money. At least nobody has that kind of money for advertisement. So what's really important is this, the last slide, which is your dreams are extremely important. You have to think what you are looking for. And then you make your choice. If I make my choice, I'm giving up my right on some other choices. Am I going the traditional way? Am I really betting on somebody who's very small and is growing very fast? Am I really going and trying to understand my passion? I'm an electrical engineer guy. I didn't get into the top places in India. I go to Wisconsin, I do my MS in computer science. I go and do an MBA, and then I started working my way upwards. And therefore there is a lifelong interest in technology. Or you have somebody, an entrepreneur like this. or you have somebody like this. I think Kunal Bah's story is very, very interesting. He couldn't qualify IIT, and that really hurt him. So he went to the US and did something in computer science, and then I think went to Wharton. But they were always restless to do something of their own. So essentially, it is about the choice that we make. But in India, something is going to be very, very different, which is the way the ecosystem of industries is operating. It will throw up a lot of non-traditional careers. It will throw a lot of opportunities, and we will be a product of the choices we make, or we would miss out of whatever choices we have chosen not to take. If I have not made the choice to get this thing risky, then maybe I should not aspire to be a Kunal Bahal or a Sachin Bansal. And this is at the same time when Kishore Biani comes on the media, and what does he say? No e-commerce will succeed in India. Is dul ke tukde hazar hue, koi yahan gira, koi wahan gira. That's what he has told on the media. He says none of the e-commerce companies make money, and I think many of them are going to be in the crematorium. And yet people are holding on. So this is what we have to think, what we want to pursue, and this is what we have to aspire. But life is about understanding yourself and deciding what you really want to fight out. The second is, this is the typical way that the different paradigms operate. I put a command and control paradigm, which is like the bureaucracy, like Indian Army. You join as second lieutenant, you become lieutenant, captain, colonel, major general, army general. You join as in the government, you join as deputy secretary, and joint secretary, and this and that. What you actually get is security. What you get is safety. What you get is a short career. What you get a career till 60 years. What you get is privileges. That's the choice that you make. Very close to that choice is the standard corporate choice. You want to go to a multinational? Okay. What you will typically get is something like this. You will get a job rotation. You come to a plant, then you come to the corporate office. Maybe you get an expat assignment. You get a promotion every second year. If in India, you may get it every month or every year. If you're in the US, you may get 3-4 in your lifetime. And if you're in Germany, I handled Germany. I was surprised to know that somebody joined as a medical rep, retired as a medical rep. He never felt bad about it, because he felt this is what he really likes doing, and it's normal. Somebody joins as a receptionist, remains a receptionist in the same cadre. In the US, when we hired in one of my previous company, we used to hire them as associate directors, which is like if you hire in India, the guy will become after 10 years, but he will get only 2 promotions in life, which is director, senior director. If he's very bright, he becomes a vice president. One person in the whole country can become the senior VP, and he will be the head of the North America unit, which will be turning out $1 billion in revenue. So this is basically cultural come organizational factors, but this is what you have. It does provide you opportunities, but in this, the reality is that you still need to perform to do what is the right thing to do, because as you move up, the pyramids become sharper and sharper. But it will tend to play on your traditional strengths, which is how do you learn the job? Are you in the right job or not? Does the company put you in the right job? Are you performing better or not? And the biggest gap is usually between what we say and what we do. We all want to get promoted in 1.5 months or 2.5 years, but the thing is, somebody works 16 hours a day, somebody is a better performer, and that that makes all the difference. And now I think this is a big thing which is coming up in India, and which is actually forcing HR people to rethink about what kind of people we really want to hire. So if you're working in a Crompton Greaves, and if you can't even retain somebody like Samir, so why would you go and try to handle somebody who's really into the entrepreneurial mindset? So then you don't look at this group of people, and this group of people are making their own choices. Many of the people actually in India who set up these new ventures, mostly they were IITians, but now that is completely breaking off. That is completely breaking off. Now people from very nondescript backgrounds, people who are not engineers, and all of them are actually coming into this particular space because they feel that this is the time of an opportunity. At the same time, we must learn that we had this Paytm and other units in India, while ICICI Bank is the second largest private bank in the whole of Asia after OCBC Bank. We have HDFC, which has been acknowledged by Ram Charan in his book as an example of execution, the way they run their processes. So there is always this flip side. when you take something, you're missing out something, and they're not able to produce this. And there's one player which has really taken the mind space on the online ballot, ahead of everybody else. So, these are the choices that we take. Actually, the best example, which I forgot to mention you, is WhatsApp. Who invented WhatsApp? They got paid how much by Facebook? $19.3 billion. How much that translate into rupees? Just translate. Look at the worth of all major Indian houses and their market valuation. So who are these two people who came up with WhatsApp? They were they were employees of Yahoo, and they were working very hard. They came close to coming with this, and they were not being supported. So they came out and they did it. This is within 1 year, and after 7 years, it became very successful. They were actually employees of Yahoo. Yahoo had that opportunity. It's like the Macintosh being first. The idea of the Macintosh, the mouse, came in the Xerox Palo Alto Center, but it was finally taken up by Apple. So your context will definitely decide what kind of career trajectory you are going to follow. This is the best thing that I really like, which is the last line. If you really like something, if you really like doing it, you don't feel, you really don't feel drained out. Somebody says, we should play to people's strength. What is people's strength? People's strength is like Sehwag playing on a spinner's pitch in India. He will score 326. What is people's weakness? Sehwag playing in Australia, not more than 10 runs at a time. So essentially trying to do something that you really like, because that's where you will not feel exhausted at the end of the day. I mean, if you're sitting in the hall and if you're yawning, maybe you better get out. You don't need it, I mean. So you have to like what you're doing, or you better make your choice. And again, we all are ignorant at all times. Something else happens, our perspective changes. And the best perspective changes when you experience something. You want to become an engineer, you go there, you don't like electronics, you don't like this thing, and you say, hey, the worst thing I did in my life is to take electronics. It's really, really painful. And this happens. I've seen in my family also. People say, oh my God, electronics, I can't take, uncle. Oh my God, it's too much, it's very tough. So the better you learn yourself, and the better you get into something where you don't feel exhausted, where you don't feel as if you're working against yourself, you're in the right place. So the best thing is you have these kind of paradigms, and we will have enough people in each of the paradigms. The better thing is that because of our economy and the vibrance in the economy and the government trying to do multiple things and the government being constrained by their own system, you will have all the choices. We have many entrepreneurial choices where people are actually surpassing within 10 years the worth of traditional established groups. You have the corporate choices, multinationals coming to India, Indian companies trying to get internationalized. And you also have the traditional choices, the government trying to increase the pay scales. Government is, I think between when I left the government 10 years back and now, I think the salaries have gone up by 4 times. With the new pay commission, it will go up by 8 times. So you have all these paradigms, and we have to make the choice that really suits us. So as you get into the system, you really realize what you really like, and that is what is very, very important. And we say a lot of things, but we don't mean it. That's my biggest problem. Somebody will say, okay, there's a great opportunity, why don't you go to Russia? Now, if you know that if you really want to go to, or why don't you go to, let's say, Nigeria? Now, you know that if you really want to become a high-profile manager in a multinational, it is good to go and get trained in an emerging economy. But when they say Nigeria, when they say China, when they say Russia, you make your face, but my wife is working. Opportunities never come again. They never come twice in your life. If you really want to do the thing, you have to take the risk. You have to, nab onto the opportunities. And if you say, okay, my son is in class 9, then what you are choosing essentially is lifestyle. You are saying, okay, for me, what is very important is a balanced person. For me, I'm not going to take the risk. I mean, Paytm can take the risk now, but they can't take it 7 years later. And Aaron took the risk in the early 90s. He can't. If you take this risk, Infosys will be 100th of the size that they have. It's very difficult to be a late entrant in the game and make the same kind of money. What is the biggest joke? The biggest joke is one of my friends was actually working in Infosys, and they thought their stocks will never cross rupees 200, and the stock value of the driver of an RN was more than 1 crore rupees. Will it drive the right behavior in the minds of the driver? Obviously not, especially if I was the driver. So, and some of the senior professionals had stock worth of 7-8 crore rupees. It did drive a behavior which was not intended. So if you are really getting into a space, you get it better fast and early. The second is that if you get into a corporate setup, or if you get into some other setup where you are supposed to deliver on what is the product strategy, devised in Belgium or devised in Singapore, and you're supposed to execute, maybe you'll not like a pure challenge kind of a job, because everything comes as a set. If you work in a company which makes toothpaste and which makes powders and which makes creams, what would you do if it is a pure challenge job? Similarly, today, I think in today's world, when we talk about retaining the new age talent, the most important thing is autonomy and independence. You have to set the rules right, and you have to understand how much of what I'm doing I'm allowed to do my own stuff, and how much is going to be controlled by processes and systems. Because if companies become complex, if they're operating in 60 countries, 70 countries, 100 countries, they really need a method in the madness. So they really need process, systems, and controls. So generally, these are the typical levers that we have. We have to find what really appeals to us the most, and then we have to see what is our comfort level, and then we stay in that particular category and try to do the level best. So this is what is actually very, very important, which is that it is not what you achieve, it is what you overcome. So if you say that I really want to be the CEO, I really want to be the BCG India head in 10 years and all those things, you have to understand what it really makes. And if theoretically there's a constraint in your mind, you overcome that. So if somebody tells you to go to China and if you don't like it because you want to live a balanced life or take care of your parents, then the choice you make. You say, okay, now I'm not going to go there. I'm giving up this particular option. And when that happens, that is where there is a moment of choice. Because then you really understand, and then the gap between what you think and what you do actually comes to the minimum possible. And it is for the organization also to understand that organizations have managers who try to have this conversation and dialogue to explain people this particular concept. Because when 5 of us get into a system, it is only in IS it is possible that all 5 will get promoted on a particular day. Because that's how the route operates. For the first 17 years in our career, most of the, first 14 at least, most of the promotions are called suitable, subject to the rejection of unfit. So unless until you do something funny, or unless until you have an adverse remark, you actually get promoted. If you really want to get promoted every 3rd year, every 4th year, go to the system. There's a system there also. It's not an easy system to get in and there is. But there is an option. But when you go into corporate setup, the corporate will collapse if they don't have a pyramid. The government can manage to have so many people as a bench strength sitting in the secretariat. The corporate cannot have this because they collapse under the cost pressure. So we have to understand what is our driving factor, where will it take us, and then try to pursue it in the right direction. And at every point in time, you will always have a concern, you will always have a distraction. And the way you come out of that distraction is what will decide your trajectory. So this is what I've written, that exploring the self, the better you understand yourself, the better you will pace yourself, the better you will try to take the workload, the better you will try to perform, and the better you will be more comfortable with yourself. It's like trying to understand which format suits me best. Is the T20 format, is it the test match format, is the one-day format. But if you're really unique, you could be an Amitabh Bachchan. There's a joke nowadays that if they don't find any anchor for Big Boss, they'll get Amitabh Bachchan. If they don't find an anchor for a news, they'll get Amitabh Bachchan. Because he's the one who's always willing to learn, modify, adapt himself. He moved from the big media to the small screen, the first one to come on Parega Karorpati. But he was also the first one to move to the radio. And he came on the Gujarat Act. Because he really reinvents himself. Amir Khan wants to reinvent himself. There are many players who are very good players when they play in India, but they turn out to be jokers and donkeys when they go abroad. Same players who are rock stars when they play in India. You have many players who play very well a test match or a T20, but they can't even hold their step for 1 hour in a test match. So you have to understand what format you are and what are your strength. So exploring the self, trying to understand where you're playing better is going to help. So what is the management going to do? So what the management really needs to do is that how do they facilitate this particular interaction so that they understand the employee better and they have a mechanism of, and the employee has a mechanism of what is the so because I always believe that once you enter the place, you're completely ignorant. You've never worked in the corporate sector, you heard about the people, you have some notions of traditional glamour, traditional grandeur, but you're always distracted. Okay, I'm getting into this engineering company, but if I was in PCG, it was better. If I was in Snapdeal, it was better. So that's what we really need to understand. So what you have is that suppose there are these employees, all of them when they join, they have the same paradigm. I want to go as a deputy manager, then I want to become manager in 1 year, then I want to become a profit and loss head, then finally I want to become CEO at the age of 35. But as the organization will see them, they will be behaving differently, they will be performing differently. So then the whole issue is that the better you understand them, the better you make them do the self-reflection and tries to see who fits in where. So you will have somebody who actually can be a counter expert, which is he really likes technology and he is interested, he's comfortable sitting all by himself, working all by himself, who could be your CTO, CF. You could be somebody who likes taking people along, getting into multiple areas, getting impatient, getting bored in one area, in this function, you want to go to something else. Maybe he's the management material, he could be CEO material. You could be somebody who really gets deep into an issue, tries to solve issues, or you could be an innovator, which is you really want to say, okay, give me an idea, give me a challenge, I'm going to work on it, give me a team, and you can have a review with me. So although this guy wanted to become the CTO, you really realize that more than the technology officer, he's somebody who likes pure challenge. So if he likes pure challenge, you put it more. Maybe this was the guy who said, I'm a turnaround specialist, but he really realized that he has the ideas, but he can't execute. If you can't execute, take him to the functional part. You have somebody who thought that I'm a general management, but you really realize that he's only good in one thing, maybe sales and marketing, not in operations. So you take him to some other. And you got somebody who is an innovator, but you realize that he has an ability to work with people. This is a typical example of a pitching. He was actually taken as a product lead. He joined Google in 2004. And he worked on the Chrome project. He also worked on migrating Google to Android, which was a very big decision for them. And he really made it a big success. So essentially, from the person who is going to develop new products and ideas, you see that he not only has those concepts, he can commercialize it. He can bring a community together. He can really make it work. He can move people together. I know this is a very interactive process. But again, companies can do it. They can talk about it. They can put processes and systems. The key challenge, the key concept is self-exploration. You should understand whether you can actually do much better or you can play cricket, or you can work in a startup, or whether you can give a nice speech, or whether you can join politics. That's very important. So your self-exploration and yourself that you are playing to your strength. When you cannot have somebody who starts standing, before a public speaker. Or you cannot have somebody as a CEO who can't put somebody to eye to eye and give a tough feedback. And these are like real issues. So the best way to predict your future is to create it. Understand what you are. And if you feel you're on the wrong place, then understand what your limitations are. Maybe everybody does not want to do sales and marketing, but everybody wants to become a CEO. Maybe everybody wants to make somebody want to do sales and marketing, but doesn't have it in him to understand operations, to understand what is development. He will have to go over that particular choice. And therefore, the earlier you understand it, the better it is. I mean, we have this very famous example of Sachin and Rahul, best batsmen in the world. How many days they survived as captains? And any guesses why Sachin could not survive as a captain? Sorry? Louder. Yes, self-obsessed. He is always self-obsessed. He is always thinking what can go wrong, what can go wrong with me. So if I have so much anxiety about my own performance, how can I manage others? Sometimes you really need that in you. You say, okay, I'm a little imperfect, but I'm a little rough shot. And I will rub people here and there wrong. But if you're so self-obsessed, what is wrong with me? I should not do this particular mistake. There is this very famous story. Sachin and Saurav were staying in a room in Australia, and Saurav usually was told to be very aggressive. He used to say either you lose the match or you win the match. And that day he said, Sachin, somehow we have to draw this match because we've already lost 2 matches in this league. Sachin from 11 in the night, 4 in the morning, was in front of the mirror and just trying to practice with his bat. Mirror at him and the bat. And Saurav said, I was watching him. I said, what wrong with that person? He's an awesome legend. What is he doing in the room? And he said, I acted as if I'm sleeping. I met him at the breakfast table at 7:30. I said, Sachin, you've been sleeping the night. What are you doing? He said, no, I have a problem. Whenever the ball comes on my chest or on my cheeks, I don't know how to handle it. I was practicing that in front of him. He said, oh, really? Because he said, no, sir, you get a lot of pressure on me when I get into a match. This is an example of what I'm going to do. And he said, this guy is so serious about it. He's so particular about what he wants in his life. So when you have that level of obsession, your positive reactivity is so high, imagine anybody beyond wants to today. Same our body of today, I am even I'm leader. I really have to be there. So the kind of the next thing is understand what you what and the first time he got an opportunity, he wanted T20. And look at his body language. In fact, people say that you can figure out who's leader by his body language. When Imran Khan was the cricket ground, everybody including the selectors were scared of him. Because he was the captain not only of the team, but he behaved as if he's the president of Pakistan. That was the command of the team. He still does behave. So that was the command of the team. There's a very famous story. There is this young boy who was hired and he was playing his first match. In the first inning, he scored 0 runs. And then he was told, then in the second inning, they wanted to give a challenge to the next team by trying to declare. He told the person to go and start hitting, and he said, if you score a few runs, and we declare. This person actually goes and starts playing very slowly, and he scored 7 runs in this ball. When he comes back, he runs stood on the steps of the pavilion along with all the players. He says, whatever, bhai, आपने ऐसा किया, आपने गलत किया. क्योंकि मैंने आपको बोला जाके जल्दी मार दिया. अगर आप संग जिंदगी में नहीं खेलो. And you know, this selector could not do anything. So you need different qualities, you need different attributes, you need to develop that. They're all learning or experiential. I don't say that people are born as leaders. You have experience, you can learn it. Some people learn it faster, some people overcome their barriers faster. Some people are not able to overcome it because of their personal anxiety. But these things can be taught. An American president will always be a very different leader as compared to an Indian president, prime minister or what. Because learning is experiential. Like Samir, if he had continued and company will be very different. But today I'm very proud of people with different experience. I cannot claim to have that particular experience. So leadership is usually contextual. It is relevant to a particular context. Somebody who is very successful as a Renaissance CEO, if he comes to Carlos Ghosn of Indian Parliament, look what we Congress do today. He will be lying on the floor. Because he will not have control over resources. So it is better to understand yourself and then try to see. And for the organization to have a process whereby they understand the people and try to customize. And yes, we make wrong choices. All of us make wrong choices all the time. When the 2099.com first happened in the US, many bright Indian people came back. They came back and they came back jobless because that time they put a rule of 98. People who had studied in Stanford and Harvard came back because they were jobless. And it does happen all the time. So the best way to create the future is to predict the future is to create it. So this is what I say. I put a few quotes, which is all you need in this life is ignorance and confidence in the success of the show. And this is what I say. The jewel is mine now. You heard of this quotes. You have my quote now. I say the career is the biggest gamble of life. Some people want to put size around it. You can't put a size around it. I mean, 25 years back, 20 years back, many fathers from SPJIMR would have never thought they would fund, a healthcare convention fund. 20 years back, when I did civil services, my only dream in my life was to show. And then I realized what kind of place I got into. So that's what happens all the time. So that is how life is. Your perspective change, you meet different people, you like to travel to different places, and then you try to explore yourself. It's a journey of self-exploration. It's a journey of trying to find what you really are, and then start charging in that direction. It is having to go back to the right time and start taking the right time. Thank you. Thank you.
We would like to invite any questions from the audience, but just keep it short, please, because we have a tea break soon. So just keep the questions.
So you spoke about that example about Yahoo and WhatsApp.
Yeah.
How does a company, like, supposing I have employees, and how do I realize their potential? What do you do to do that? Because your product was not entirely related to what they were working on.
So I think that's a very good question. Sometimes when you are really convinced of the idea, and then you really find that the system is not supporting it, and that's a point where actually you make the break. And if you look at the typical stories of Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, all these are those stories. Even at that point in time, they had companies like, there's a company, when I was doing my MBA, I used to have this series 1, case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of DEC, Digital Equipment Corporation. They were the biggest computer sellers at that point in time. They died. So sometimes when you're really convinced that this idea is really going to work, it does happen. Simple example I'll tell you. I used to hear that people will pay more for data than voice. I never believed in it. It was also very difficult for us to migrate from a messaging to a WhatsApp. So when you are really convinced that this idea is really going to take off, that's when you say, okay, now I'm going to take risk. I'm going to leave my cushy job and I'm going to work it. And I will try to ensure that it really works. So, and that's a very individual decision, because others have not seen the ideas. Because if others see the idea, they will anyway steal it and try to commercialize it before you. So it is your conviction which gets you there and which makes you take the decision. So when you understand something a lot better, then actually then you try to make that particular decision, and that's how it happens.
So actually, my question is more about from Yahoo's perspective. How do you retain an employee like that? Because it would have been beneficial for them to.
Yahoo has the companies are bureaucracies. They don't try to understand. See, when I enter into a room, I will always have this tendency that I know more about career than you. But the chances are that you may have a new insight that you only know. So it is for me to learn. In companies, what happens is I know better than you. There are certain companies, including number one data management company in the world. If you go and try to argue too much with the CEO, you're out of the company within like 30 minutes straight. So the top management has to understand the value of the idea. Somebody has to listen, go into the depth, and say it makes sense. I don't think Yahoo has been struggling from the last 15, 20 years, and they are just changing hands. So it is essentially the humility of the top management to go, understand, get into the details, and help and support the person instead of not encouraging the person. So I think that is usually what is wrong from the perspective of companies. The same thing happened even with Xerox. They say that in Boston there is a museum, which I have been there. Xerox, actually the Xerox machine with the mouse is actually kept there, which was made in 1978. But that time they felt mouse is a stupid thing. But somebody really took this idea and tried to commercialize. It's like what happened in the world in 2007-8. We all had phones with the stylus and touch phones. And Apple came with this touch phone, and everybody thought it will become a failure because BlackBerry took off, because people felt whenever you press a button, you commit a mistake. And every time you have to rework this thing. But suddenly they came up with a pop-up, and now nobody uses button phones. So Apple stood its ground. So essentially it is for the top management to really look into the idea, have the humility, and not say, I know it all. Today, I can say, look, I know better than you about HR, but it is possible that you may know something that I really don't know. So that is the humility that you really need.
So today there's a growing trend of going into startups. So being in the field of finance, I could go work for someone like an HSBC or an HDFC bank. On the other hand, I could also take up a startup role in Paytm or a Flipkart. So what is it that makes us decide which so if the roles are similar, but the working culture, the working environment is completely different in both the same role in different companies. So what it should be the point which makes you decide which role to take on or which type of company to select?
You see, it is essentially your motive. And then if you take a piece of paper, we can do this exercise. If you go to a startup, what you really get is a lot of experience in a very short span of time. The second thing is you also get to see your results with a very close gap. Like you can really see what you are doing and what are the results. That is the advantage that you get. What you lose out is that you will lose out not working in a big company for the first 4-5 years and having the traditional career route. So essentially, are you focusing on the brand and the experience and of working for a lifetime? Or are you looking at a series of multiple experience and where there is a small lead time between what you do and what is the result? That is what will be your decision point. So essentially, that's a choice that we have to make all the time. I would, and the thing is, because it's anyways Alibaba's money, it's anyways Samir's money, you can always go and explore the startup. India is getting a lot of money. $25 million is not a joke. Is it a joke? It's not a joke.
Good morning. I'm Sumana Sarkar this side.
Morning.
I have a Food Panda has been in news recently. How a company which started off with 180 people suddenly scaled up to 1200, and then they laid off about 300 people. So would that be a case of a new age people mismanagement?
No, it's not mismanagement. You come with multiple ideas. So, Apple was the most failed company between 87 and 94. Steve Jobs was fired. And as part of his, recovery and relaxation, he came to India and he was mugged by, Babajis. So, essentially what happens is when you get into a sector, there is a possibility that there is somebody else who is working with the same concept and he's getting ahead of you. Paytm was nothing unless it was funded. It was possible that HDFC and other people would have really gulped them by their throat. But HDFC will not be funded by Alibaba and Ratan Tata because they'll try to maintain their brand as supreme brand. So when you get into a sector like this, you anyway have such kind of risks because you have Zomato, you have other people. So, and I don't think there's anything wrong. I keep on telling people, some people tell me, okay, in my particular company, this sector is doing very bad. The company may be sold. What will happen? I said, if the company is sold, you will at least be worth or whatever you are worth for. If you're a security guard, you're going to get a security guard job. But if you're a general manager, product technology, nobody's going to pay you 10,000 rupees. So your experiences stay with you, your learnings stay with you, and your personality stays with you. And in India, the best thing is it's not like Europe, because I've handled Europe for a long time now, for 6-7 years continuously. If you lose a job, you get at least 6 months to 1 year to get a job. But in India, it's an imperfect market. Opportunities are always there. So I don't think an individual suffers so much. I think the risk is more purely from the management and the fund perspective. So if you're an employee and if you're getting laid off primarily because they're losing funding or they feel that this is not a good end game for them, then they're walking out, or then they're trying to resize them. I think housing.com did something very similar. It's a crowded space because everybody wants to get into the train, and the train is an Indian railway train. There's no space. You get into a general compartment now, and as you know, in India there's a lot of money which is lying there with private equity people. They just need a good idea to invest and a long-term orientation. So these things will happen, and that's the risk that we enter into. So we have to see what we are gaining and what we are losing, and then we make the conscious decision. Thank you.
That's it for the questions for now. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We will now be breaking for tea for 15 minutes. Before that, just 1 or 2 announcements. We've got a networking event planned for everyone here. So there are 2 things that you have to do. One, you all must have got tags with a sticker and a number written behind it. That's your group number. We've got charts outside with the group written there. You can take your tea, go there, stand, talk in groups. We've got a very interesting question/topic for you all to discuss, and appoint a representative from your group. When you all come back, we'll be evaluating those, choosing the top few, and the top 3 teams will win prizes worth 6,000. Other than that, we've also got a networking event where you all can go interact with the delegates, with the panelists, and collect the maximum number of business cards. And the top 3 winners again get prizes. Please don't just go take a business card and say thank you, sir, and run away. That's not the entire purpose of this. So we hope you all enjoyed, and see you back after the tea break. Thank you. Post the tea break, we'll be starting with the panel discussion at 11:30.
Hello, 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 tick, hello, 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 okay, hello, 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 one, two, hello, 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 one, two, hello, okay. Hello, hello, one, two, hello, 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 one, two,
We are back from the tea break now. First, I would like to thank our knowledge partners, Conferry International, and our alumni sponsors, Prime Focus Technologies, Lightbulb, and Lightbulb Moments Consulting for partnering with us. We have a 2-minute short 2-minute video from our alumni sponsor, Prime Focus Technologies here.
So after that short commercial break, we're back. Um, if any of you all have yet to submit your papers with the names written on it, because I think some of you all might not have had enough members in the group. So what you all can do is write down the names of your team members on the sheet itself, and one representative will be having a volunteer moving through the audience to collect it. These will be evaluated, and we'll be asking you all to present your opinions post the panel discussion. Right now, we'll be starting off with the panel discussion. And
let me start with introducing our speakers. Our first panelist is Ms. Manjusha Bhatnagar, Director, Human Resource and Corporate Affairs, Barmer Lorry. Prior to that, she has worked with IOCL and Mangalore Refinery and has over 33 years of experience in formulation of HR policies, manpower planning and growth, industrial relations and welfare, learning and development, knowledge management, and information systems. Our next panelist is Ms. Chaitali Mukherjee, Managing Principal, Korn Ferry Leadership and Talent Consulting. She specializes in business strategy, talent management, and organizational effectiveness with extensive international business and general management experience. Ms. Chaitali has been awarded the Young HR Professional of the Year Award and the Women at Work Leadership Award at the Asia's Best Employer Brand Awards 2012. Our next panelist is Mr. Ajay Nair, CAO Housing.com. He's primarily responsible for all HR, recruitment, facilities, corporate, technology, and media operations with the firm. Mr. Ajay continues to manage growth, development, talent, and foster an empowering culture in Housing.com.
Our next panelist is Mr. Amit Jain, founder and director of People Sense. Amit is an entrepreneur with a dual post-graduation, a Guinness record holder, and a national badminton player. He has worked on business development, training, and coordinating various HR assignments during employment time. Next up, we have Ms. Namita Vyas, manager of talent acquisition in Mobi. She is a talent strategist with an eye to build top-tier product, design, and engineering or technical teams for leading high-growth product companies. She has over 10 years of experience in end-to-end recruiting and has been recognized by LinkedIn as one of India's top 10 social recruiters. And finally, we come down to our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Raj Bowen, the senior client partner of Conferry Leadership and Talent Consulting. His clients are primarily seasoned business leaders seeking insights to help them leverage unique strengths and deal with gaps as they strive for excellence in their current roles and or in their transition to larger, more challenging assignments. Prior to joining the firm, Mr. Bowen has served as CEO of Dale Carnegie Training and earlier as head of corporate solutions at an IT and sales training firm. We would like to felicitate each of the panelists with a bouquet. I would like to invite each of the panelists on stage, and I'll just introduce the topic and the format of today's panel discussion. So our topic is the changing employee-employer relationships in today's day and age. And the format is such that each panelist will speak for 3 + 2 minutes. And post this, we will be having cross questions among the panelists for 3 + 2 minutes, which will be headed by the moderator, wherein the panelists and the moderator will express their points of view. Post this, there will be 3 + 2 minutes for questions from the audience, and we'll be wrapping up with that. So with that, I would like to invite the panelists on stage and hand it over to Mr. Raj Bowen, who is our moderator for the day.
Hello.
Hello.
It's a pleasure to be with all of you. I must tell you, this moderator thing is very funny. Huh? The truth is a little different from what it is supposed to be presented as. I was traveling somewhere in US and I got this message from Lata saying that he would like to be the moderator of this panel. You know where it's coming from? Initially, how it's done, they put the panel together, they invite a lot of people. And then a few people say, yeah, I'll come. Now, in our case, the problem was that 2 people from the same company have decided to come. Now, what do? We have to polite, can't tell one of them, they are, take it easy. So they sort of asked around and they realized that one of these two who are coming from Conclave actually doesn't know too much about the job. So immediately make him the moderator. That's exactly how it happened. Thank you, Lata. So I have a very simple task here. Then we pass it on to someone else. Once we've done it, we'll see if there is anything that we want to do further, or the best part of the panel discussion will be the one which we don't do, which they do. Yeah. So over to you two, three to decide. Democracy must prevail.
Hello, everyone. So we have been hearing this, the only thing which is constant is change. Let's think about what exactly the change we are talking about. So a few days back, I was talking to one of the senior manager whom we had made an offer, and we wanted him to join as soon as possible. And when I asked him, what is the notice period you have and how soon can you join? And the answer which I received was like little surprising for me, because the era which has changed now. What he said, that I need to talk to my manager who is globally present, and this is, by the way, the person who is working with one of the top-notch product-based company in the US, and it's a pioneer in the industry. And I said, okay, fine. And so I said, why don't you initiate at least a discussion with the HR? And this is next surprise, because he said, I don't know who my HR is, because the person is never been in the office, and he's a global HR and based out of US. Well, the arena which we are right now, so I work with InMobi, and the way I'm seeing the things are changed for the HR. Every HR person is required to be, accessible, to be there in the office, to be there to have close interactions and conversation. And the ratio is also changing. I hear somebody had also said 50-year reporting into a 30 years old entrepreneur. Well, I will connect it with our family, the family questions we have. You have grandparents in the family, and you see the people, the kids are more mature and more, they understand what is good or bad. From where is that coming? This is coming from their grandparents. So in an organization where you have a completely young generation, a young entrepreneur stepping in, you also need to have seasoned professional to be their advisory. And they will channelize their energy in the right direction by giving them some kind of idea, because there's a bundle of energy, there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of out-of-box thinking. But how to really channelize it, where and how, I think that's when we definitely need a kind of combination there. This is a typical family example. Professor Banerjee was also talking about the kind of relationship is changing between parents and the kids. Well, the same kind of things are changing here as employer and employee. So your employer is like a parent who has to have a more connected, they need to be more connected with their employees. They need to know what is their expectation. And the expectation is not only that what employee is expecting, there is an employer also expecting something. So to bridge that gap, so these are the things which are evolving or changing, and how we have to really look into that. And at InMobi, which is known for its, disruptive people operations and our vibrant culture, there are a lot of things which we are doing towards this area to ensure that these kind of gaps are bridged, low attrition, more engagement from the employees, and they are seeing their growth within the organization, hence addressing a lot of issues which is prevailing in this market, because opportunities are like vast. You have a lot of, in Bangalore itself, I come from Bangalore. In Bangalore itself, 1,600 startups are there. Imagine the number of opportunities are there. Why some of the jobs are not filled? Because of the expectation mismatch. And I was talking to Professor Lata also, and some of my panelists, that what should be done to ensure that it's a 3-dimension. It's not the only employees, not only the employees as in all of you, the students, aspiring budding students to get into the management, but also there is a third angle, which is like institutions' role. How they have to make sure that the expectations are set correctly, and how we can bridge those gaps. This is what I think changing in the employer-employee relationship.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Speakers and also Professor Ranjan Banerjee. When I heard this topic, people one. And that is what a people manager, simply put, the term was. So if you have not worked with your people manager, what exactly is your people manager going to do with you? Basically, he or she is going to mentor you. Is actually going to be your career anchor in the organization, and is going to help you reach what you want to achieve in your life in the organization parlance. And I thought that was a great way to explain in a very large organization, most of the technology companies, both my previous organizations, TCS and IBM, are very, very large technology firms. And there it was important that you do not become slave to an individual. You do not get caught into one particular leader trying to manage it. So simply put, people management is about, in today's business, according to me, is about helping each of the individuals achieve what they want to achieve in the organization parlance. So borrowing a little bit out of mentoring and taking it forward. My organization, Conferry, does a lot of succession planning, succession management work. And in succession management, we are usually talking about CXO levels. And some of the questions that came up today morning were quite brilliant, absolutely brilliant. How do we manage when a 30-year-old is actually having 50-year-old people reporting into them? How do we actually manage compensation, expectations, so on and so forth, in people whom we have never managed, or kind of people we have never managed? The interesting part is those problems are really huge in organizations today. You have youngsters coming into the organization. We call this era, there's a research that Conferry has done, which is called the smart growth era, which is the post-2009 era, where we say that the growth is no more in the market. The GDP is not necessarily growing. It is, you have to grow in spite of the GDP not growing. So when you have to grow in spite of the GDP not growing, I call it the ampersand era, where you have to grow and you also have to manage costs. So it's a dichotomy that you have to live each day. And in that kind of a situation, the growth is actually in the leaders, because constantly you're getting individuals like all of you sitting in this room who will go and fuel some of the organizations today in the near future, who haven't done what you haven't done. But the interesting part is, when in the smart growth era, even the leaders do not know what they don't know, because past performance is no more a predictor of future performance. So when past performance is not a predictor of future performance, the biggest strength that, or competence, so Professor Lata was talking about competence, the biggest competence that anybody, regardless of their age, regardless of their career status, bring on the table is agility. And more agile the individual, the better adaptability of that individual be it as a fresher or be it as a tenured employee, to actually think on his or her feet and put aspects on the table. So that's one important thought I want to leave with you all: agility. A very interesting thought that again, Professor Ranjan had put on the table was awareness. And I think also we heard a lot of it from the Compton Brief's presentation. If you know yourself well, you can do what you want to do. More often than not, it's been a while since I have stopped watching television because it was becoming more of an idiot box in my house with two young kids. But I do remember one of the ads that used to come quite often, which was about uh, everybody saying me too, wanting to go and take up a course. It was a herd ad, and that was a very, very interesting one. That's exactly what happens with all of us. We want to go for the highest paying job. We want to go for the one which offers the plushiest of the designation, and then we get highly frustrated doing that, because eventually each of us sitting in this room, even with exactly the same backgrounds, are very different from each other. Our motivations, our aspirations, what's made each one of us is very, very different. So the second thought that I want to leave is what's changing about new age people management is the paradigm of what the employee wants and what the employer wants. The employee being clear about what he likes to do or she likes to do, and also knowing whether I am good at it or not. It's very rare actually to be good at what you like and to like what you're good at. And when these two paradigms meet, it's a great effort to actually become successful, because then you're actually getting paid for living your hobby. On the employer side, we used to coin a term in my previous organization called the human age. So there was the stone age, then there was the financial age, and then there is the human age. So we saw enough of money investment getting discussed. There is no dearth of money on the table. So the organizations need to realize we are sitting in the human age, which basically means, which is very similar to smart growth era again, where the growth is not from the market, it is not from where the money will come, the growth is from the people. And if the growth is coming from the people, what can I do to get people to become successful in organizations? There was a question that was asked, again, a very good one, on what could have Yahoo done differently to actually get those people to continue in the organization and started WhatsApp. Exactly what you need to do as an organization today. And with most of our clients, if we are talking today, only piece of advice that we are able to give them perhaps is, it's not just about having an employee for a long tenure in your organization. It's about having the employees successful in your organization. It's better to have an employee with you for 3 years, but exceedingly happy and successful, rather than having an employee for 10 years and not being successful and happy, because the productivity of the first employee would be much greater than latter. So these are some very interesting thoughts that I thought I should leave on the table. Bottom line, I feel self-awareness as an employee and understanding the paradigm of the employee is the need of the employer. That's it from my side.
To use your own words, you left a lot of interesting thoughts on the table. And if there were two that I picked up, I would look at the last one first, where she said a level of self-awareness. I remember in the session in the morning, someone was asking, if I have these two sort of career propositions, what do I choose? And the reality is, it's not about the career proposition. It's about you understanding what you want to be better at and what you're good at. So if that is one investment all of us can start making on becoming more self-aware about ourselves, I think we've cracked a big part. And the other one which she mentioned, which some of you might have caught, is this huge concept which is emerging now, which we hear all across, called agility. See, more often than not, in a company, at home, in life, people have asked us, focus, concentrate, and I'm not running away from that. Of course you need to focus. At the same time, don't get too focused that you become rigid, because times change, and times change not because of what you do. Times change despite anything that you do. I use this phrase very often that, last night I went to sleep and this morning when I woke up, the world was different. That's exactly how it is. So focus along with the agility to be open to any sort of change might possibly be some of the things that you may want to take away. Thank you, Chetali. Manjusha.
I come from an organization that's 49 years old, and the USP is what their USP. First information is they have never incurred loss. It's a public issue is that we have constantly reinvented our businesses, and therefore the company is in need of it is in manufacturing, it is in service. So when manufacturing is done, service is done, then services are done by manufacturing. Now, this organization, public sector, is supposed to be serving the employees, but we have 52 work locations globally. And we have just 1,400 employees. And what is the ratio of youngsters? Just 500. So one-third population is young. To answer a few queries, my CEO is 7 years junior to me in age. He's a finance guy. How do we do things together in the morning? I have my space. I have my, what should I say, freedom to perform. That's what he said. It's your place. You do what you have to. So the CEO is not interfering. And how do we balance it out between the youngsters, like all of you here, majority here, and the old timers? Because you see, PSUs never dismiss people unnecessarily. There are no quick slips given. Unless the factory has bled for 5 years in a row. And we keep on telling them, you are bleeding turnaround, you are bleeding turnaround. And if that doesn't happen, just in June 2015, I have said bye-bye to 142 people in the heart of Shiv Sena in safety. And when we said bye-bye to the people, those who we said bye-bye to, they were standing with roses outside. So that's how we do it. When we do surgery, we do it smoothly, without bleeding. We do it with a lot of care and affection. That's why there are roses even when we are saying bye. Okay. So now, how do we do this? Managing people of diverse nature, diverse businesses, diverse religions, regions, nations, and diverse age groups. Because we have the old timers who are so accustomed to not using.
Yeah, you pointed at me. Maybe you were pointing.
I'm a dinosaur myself. So what I'm saying is that we have the old timers who have been there for 90 years and who have not tried to change themselves. That's why best of efforts. And we have the youngsters who have the, impatience. They want to do so many things. So how do we balance it out between the various types of people? That's the big question mark. How do we interact with them? So we give a lot of space to the youngsters when they come in as engineers, when they come in as young MBAs and engineers. We tell them, you are looking after this vertical, and these verticals are headed by SBU heads, who are general managers, executive directors, and the general managers or PDs are put in charge of the youngsters. So there's a lot of interaction happening, a lot of innovation happening when they interact with the youngsters. And the youngsters are constantly engaged and constantly challenged because they are told, if this has to happen, you are the person who are going to handle with the old person. Reverse mentoring, in true sense. Okay, and then this one activity. Secondly, we engage them in diverse things. Like when they join, they are very talented. So besides taking part in their official activities, we tell them, okay, you have to do projects. Projects like come up with a play of 1.5 hours where all of you have to act, or you have to, put India's folk dances together. So lots of cultural activities to fill their evenings where they can showcase their talent. Third thing is, we give them projects about other SBUs. What is happening there? So you have a different insight. Then the SBU where they are posted. So, and then there are cross projects, and they go and visit the other SBUs, stay there for 1 month during their formative years, especially. And then they work on these projects after interacting with people out there. So they are more like consultants, at that time. And then they give their perspective, their view to this SBU heads, or the people, the youngsters working there, or the other people. So this is another way. Then they have their own live individual projects to work on. So these are the ways we keep them constantly on their heels here. Third thing is we involve them in the CSR activities, because each SBU has to perform CSR, that's the government mandate, but we have been doing it, I think, from times immemorial. Even when Disco was not there, we were doing it, but we were not beating our drums. That is the difference, because we don't believe too much in advertising. We believe in giving back the money to the government and the society without blowing our trumpet. Third thing that we do is the old timers. There is big career mentoring for them, because we get the best of consultants from the industry. Tell these people, if you want to grow, then this is the way forward. Enhance your education. That is open even for the workmen, because out of 1,400 employees, we have workmen also. So they have the opportunities to enhance their education. Even the engineers, the youngsters, the MBAs, they can also go out and get educated. We grant them study leave, but we don't find. Government policy doesn't allow that. We don't find bonds either, because we are not scared that they will leave us and go. We are really not scared. If they leave us and go, then it's their bad. Because although we don't pay a bond like the IT companies, I have a youngster, a 22-year-old, who is working in an IT company in Bangalore. And in her first year of employment, she's got 60,000 rupees. I have a son who who's again from National Law School, Bangalore. He is just 3 years into employment. He's drawing us a month, which is not even, my salary is nowhere near it. I draw just about 1 lakh of rupees. That's what the government pays. But then I have my space. They don't have any life. They are only working. They work for maybe 20 hours per day. And there is really, they are heading for a burnout, I can tell you that. So friends, what I want to tell you is, you decide what you want. This is the life I chose for myself. I'm very happy. I get my vacations. And in Bamalori, we grant all the possible vacations to youngsters. Work-life balance is really good. You may not make a bomb, but you have a life. After earning all the money, when you don't have life, what do you do with the money? Maybe you give it to your children. But here, when I was a youngster like you, I chose, what do I want to do? I want to work for a public sector. So which public sector? It had to be Indian Oil Corporation. Why? I decided I'm going to work with them because they are going to allow me to do things that I want to do. I'm a person who gets bored very easily. Even now, for 3 years, I can't do the same job. And therefore, all of you must choose your professions very, very carefully. Not just profession, even the company. Do a research. You know what to do. Talk to people, interact. And that's how we keep our people engaged. When they come to us for summer trainings, etc., we engage people, we spot them, we tell them, are you ready for this? And therefore, our attrition level is just 2%. I'll stop at this. We are a very exciting organization. We are a PSU, but we are not a PSU. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manjusha. That was as good a pre-placement talk as I could have ever got. And you got a catchment area here. But thank you. I mean, it's really creditable. I mean, look at it this way: a public sector company, and the public sector is more lambasted than praised. 149 years without losses. I'm sure they're doing something right. And 2-3 things I picked up from what you were talking about. It's a very old-fashioned word, but you use this word compassion. You spoke about the word, if we do surgery, we do it with care. And it's not only about surgery. When we work with the best of organizations today, and I'm not talking about an old-fashioned concept, despite her pointing to me when she spoke about old people, is when you get, I have had the experience of interviewing and hiring someone almost 20 years back. And I still remember, I asked this person the question that, what do you think is your one signature capability of why we should hire you? Youngster, just like you guys out of college. I still remember his reply. He said, I'm a very kind person. And I was hiring him for a sales role. Kind person, sales role, all the sales ad, you know what they advertise? Fire in the belly, aggressive, go-getter. And this guy wants to get into a sales role, and he says, the reason I feel I will do good there is because I'm a kind person. Think about it. He became one of our best salespersons. So it's not an old-fashioned theme, because once you get into a career and you want get into a company and you want to make a success of yourself, Sometimes these are the ones which may get missed out among all those hardwired, more popular, more visible, and Lata keeps talking about this word competencies, strategy, decision making, a fire in the belly, go for results, etc., etc. So I love that word that you use, compassion, and I think the more that we have of that in companies, we'll have better people, better companies, and possibly a better country. Thank you, Manjusha. You guys, whichever way. You are closest to me, you can come last. Okay.
I'm glad that I'm given the opportunity to speak in front of you. Thank you, Lata. Uh, as we are talking since morning, like the changing trends in the employer and employee relationship. So probably here we are talking about employee and the changing trends between this employee and the employer relationship. So let me take the employee life cycle, which starts from pre-recruitments now. An organization wants one employee who joins day one, he becomes the productive, because nowadays companies do not have time to give that time to this employee and become productive after 6 months or 1 year or 2 year or 5 years. So now what organizations does, before hiring anybody, organization want to understand whether this person will fit in the cultural fitment of the organization, whether this person will fit in the behavioral fitment on the role, whether this person will fit in on the values of this particular role or in the organization. So this person is given with lot many tests. Earlier, like only aptitude test used to happen, but now this person goes through some psychometric assessment. There are in detailed interviews, in-depth interviews happening with this individual to understand what values this person carry and whether he will be able to gel with the organization or not. Such kind of time and money is invested in this individual to see if this person comes in the organization, whether the organization will be able to retain this person or not. Now the time comes when the person comes to the organization, comes in the organization, then the organization or probably the HR people sit with this organization, prepare his career development plan, how this person will grow in the organization. So in morning, in fact, we saw the corporate hierarchy. So the moment the person comes in the organization, the development plan is rolled out, and this person is given particular tasks to develop himself on various aspects. Then the person starts performing on those roles. The moment the person has worked on those roles, the time comes when he has grown in the organization. Either the person will have succession planning, where in fact one of my colleagues spoke this morning, whether this person will take up the top role in the organization, or probably in some time the person will try to move out. During entire duration, it may also happen like organization is facing tough time because of recession or probably maybe other reasons. In fact, we were talking in the morning, organization is now talking about the outplacement of these people. When organization is not successfully running, these organizations want their people to be placed so that the name of the organization doesn't get bad. I was talking to one of my clients few days before. They had a salesperson who was not performing in the organization. Probably they feel like in the organization, maybe due to certain reasons the person is not able to perform. Probably he may perform somewhere else. This person was asked, like, you be in the organization but start searching out for a role or job in the market, but till the time you get the job, we will not throw you out, so that the person gets the right job in the different company and moves out and perform there, so the name of the organization doesn't get bad. And whenever such kind of organizations work, this way with the employees, their name doesn't get bad in the market. So this is what I want to say, like organizations are spending on people, right from taking a person in to the person getting out of the organization, spending on these people with various rewards, with various awards, so that these people, and this kind of this kind of relationship between employer and employees are nowadays I see that in the trend, in fact.
Thanks, Amit. Thanks, Amit. And he sits in an organization where he helps companies again hire people. And what he says is very right. Our organization does a lot of that work right at the top of the organization. And the amount of time and care companies are spending to understand the people that they're hiring. And while that is on the organization side, the message here is equally relevant on your side. Do that same amount of time and care and investment to figure out what you would like to be good at. In fact, it's so funny. I mean, if you look at your institute itself, you sit in the same class, 20, 30, 40 students in the class, you possibly have the same professor, the same subject. all of you don't do equally well. And why is that? I mean, all of you got selected by SPJN, same professor, same 40-minute session or whatever, but each one of us absorbs differently because we are wired differently. I have spent almost 20 years of my life being in classrooms, training classrooms, and believe me, half of those people sitting in those rooms had no reason to be there. I've asked people, and being naturally a little bit of a nervous character myself, I've walked into training rooms and met the first person sitting there and said, "What brings you here?" I really loved those guys who were honest. I've heard things like, I don't know, I was going to the washroom, my manager said for the next 2 days you're in this room. And he's going through a sales training course. So where you will be, what you would do there, if you have the luxury of making the choice today, use it wisely. Because if, like someone presented on one of the slides, if you are in a job which you love doing, possibly your chances of success are that much higher. Thank you, Amit. Ajay.
Afternoon, everybody. I don't know why he got me last, but maybe he thought I'll talk about Rahul Yadav. I'm not going to talk about him. He remains a good friend of mine. There's a big age difference between us, but I think he reverse mentored me quite a bit, so he remains a good friend of mine. Having said that, let me just come to the topic. It's the changing employer-employee relationship. Is it changing? Yes, it is. Is it going to change a lot more? Yes, it will. I'm going to take cues from what's happening today and relate them to how it would have been in the past, so that it helps you understand where I'm coming from. We don't resource people on CVs. At least I'm going to be talking about e-commerce and startups and younger organizations. So don't base your decisions in life based on what I'm saying. But this is the part that I work in. We don't ask people to send CVs. We ask them to solve problem statements. And their ability to solve a problem statement works more than their qualifications for us. It shows analytical or a technical bent of mind. That's what I'm looking for. I look for agile people. Agile people will really express themselves through problem solving. Erstwhile, you write a CV. A long, nice CV, and I don't know, there are hundreds of different formats in which you could write it, post it, even make sure that it's crisp while it reaches the recruiter's desk. They do read it. Sometimes they just dump it on CV value. Interview processes. Erstwhile, I think you'd find out a lot about the person who's going to interview you before you went for the interview. Who's this guy? What does he do? What does he like? Should I wear these sort of clothes and whatever? I mean, a bunch of things just to make sure that you say the right things at the interview. Today, the employer works around making sure that the employee that he's called in is comfortable while you interview them. So some of our practices, we interview people in 3 different environments. We don't want to know what it's like to sit in a place, in an office, across the table, and talk to 3 different people. Generally, you're in a particular frame of mind. So meet me at the coffee shop, let's have a chat there. Or let's just meet at the garden and have a walk while we're talking. So it's really not an interview, it's more of a discussion. But what you're doing is you're actually freeing up the candidate from inhibitions and apprehensions, and they end up speaking a lot more, which makes sense to make a right choice for your organization. Induction, erstwhile induction. Here are the rules, here are the regulations, this is what you do, this is how the organization runs, history of the organization, this is the money we make, competition, rules, regulations, email us if you need, etc., etc. We just do something completely different. When I induct batches of around 20 to 40, I'm going to spend a fair amount of money getting these people in. The biggest challenge that we realize with people is the first month of working. They're walking around the office space trying to figure things out, right? Not comfortable. And it's very tough to make friends. It's very easy to say, here's a buddy, here's a mentor, go work with them. The buddy and the mentor don't find time, period. Right? So what do we do? I won't tell you everything that we do, but one of the things we do is we get the whole team to go paragliding. So we take them to Marine Drive and they go to H2O and they go paragliding. What happens? I've just saved a month of headache for myself. These 40 people that probably never knew each other are now best friends. They probably had fear of water, whatever it was. All these are sorted out. They come back, they know each other. Now they know 40 people in the organization already, right? So then there are a lot of other things that we do to make them familiar with the workplace, but they're productive from almost day 2, day 3. We also realize that, okay, erstwhile, This is your job description. These are the things that you're supposed to do. You will work this way. And generally, you were very worried about going to your manager and talking about promotion, salary increments, etc. What we do right now, we give you a problem statement. And this is what you've got to tackle. This is the team that you work with. Find the solution, come back to me. I don't want to micromanage you. We'll review this once in a blue moon. If you feel that there is an area of concern, you should let us know. Others, just go ahead and complete your task. They find their own teams, work together, go, get an outcome for me. The outcome may or may not be useful. Depending on whatever it is, they get immediate feedback then and there. So we don't need to hide behind papers and write comments that they are not privy to. They know how they performed. They know whether they've done well or not. And they also then, in the very first 6 months, have an option of deciding whether they want to change a department or a function. So that's what we call internal job postings. We have a lot of internal jobs. So any job before it gets out is posted internally, and everybody and anybody has an option to apply for the job. Very likely, a bunch of your jobs get filled internally. So the ones that you actually hire for externally are going to be junior roles. And that works pretty well because these people know the organization. What do I have to do? These guys are not going to stay with me for a year, 2 years. Like 5 years used to be seniority at some point of time. Now I think then I saw 2 years becoming seniority where you get these awards and stuff. And 2 years is tough right now. So the employer needs to change. The employer needs to make sure that you engage the employee so that the employee wants to work with the organization and sees challenges in those roles to build themselves. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the full life cycle, but it is changing, the employer-employee relationship, and I'm happy to take questions whenever you guys are ready. Thanks.
Thank you, Ajay. Who better to hear this from than someone who's sitting right in the middle of the e-commerce excitement. And I picked up two things from what Ajay threw out at us. You remember he said that we don't ask for CVs. He said we ask you to solve problems. And that is increasingly, so whenever we talk to students, and because, I mean, rightly so, you focus on passing out, you focus on your degree, you focus on your diploma, whatever. But does that give you the ticket to ride? It gives you only the ticket. But whether your ride will be successful, enjoyable, will depend on what you do with that. And so that's his point, that it's not about where you studied, what you studied, where you came from, which institute, pecking order, doesn't matter. Frankly, that's the price of entry. Once you get, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've worked in 5 organizations. I have no clue who studied where. That was for 5 minutes, possibly, when maybe in those days we used to look at bios, we might have looked at where he passed out from. Today, I have no clue where my colleagues studied from. What is important is what they do. So that's the bigger part. I mean, if you can focus on whatever time, energy, excitement you have around what you can do and solve problems, that's your value proposition to your employer, not what you know. The second one which he spoke about is he spoke about that paragliding thing, and there's a lesson there. All those people who were hired as individuals, but he spoke about the fact that they're being productive the moment they started knowing how to work with each other. You know, all through our life, all through our education system. In fact, when I was in school, I remember we used to write our examinations. I don't know whether kids do that now. We used to sit like this and write our answers like this because, you know, no one should see. Now that's the conditioning of years that I must write it like this. And then I go and walk into a company and they say, please collaborate. What the hell? What the hell is this word called collaboration? I mean, I've got all my prizes, awards because I never collaborated. And here is my manager who says, come on, collaborate. Now it's a weird thing. People don't collaborate. And what these guys are actually doing is right up front giving the message that it's not you, it's the team. That's what paragliding did. They saved each other's lives. They fell into the water. They knew how to work with each other immediately. And he said something. He said that is how they get productive from day one. He used that same word phrase again. So thanks for sharing these lovely messages, Ajay. And that brings us to the close of our part of the show. And if you're fine, we toss the mics there. And the only request is because, in fact, yesterday I was watching on TV and someone had to intervene and ask someone, okay, but what is the question? Yeah. So keep the question very clear, sharp, and you can possibly address it to any particular person if you want to. If you address it to me, I retain the right of saying, would any of you like to take this? Sure.
First question to Miss Manjusha ma'am. So you talked about the various methods that you follow in a company to retain talent. I mean, you talked about a lot of things, but I just want to understand, like, in this age of startups and everything coming up, how actually, like, you tell people to concentrate on other factors apart from the monetary factor, to look at the holistic view of what they're getting as an organization, and how traditional organizations are trying to adapt to this new age resources, like Mr. Ajay and I talked about. So they have different practices and they are more attractive to the younger generation. So how are the traditional industries trying to adapt to the new age people management concepts?
So one sec, Manjusha, before you respond. I mean, in the as per the instructions given by you guys, there's a prize also for good questions. So if you want to compete, you'll have to give your name.
My name is Saransha.
Okay, gave it very hesitantly. He doesn't want the prize. Okay.
Okay, Saranj, good question. See, what we do is we create a lot of opportunities for youngsters to do exciting work at the workplace, as well as fill their evenings and showcase their talent. This is one thing. And I also spoke about when they come to us for training for the 2 months period, we showcase the organization. We can't offer money beyond what the government has mandated. Therefore, it becomes a tough call when people are paying money in the droves, you know. But then we sell our organization by showcasing the beautiful culture that we have, the space we grant to people to work, and the freedom which is there. We involve them in the activities. We hit the chord, you know, of ethics, which is very, very important. We have nothing to hide. We always say we recruit people who are smarter than ourselves. That's how we grow. And we tell them all the time, you're smarter than the older generation. CEO himself says, I'm recruiting better people, you know. So that builds up a lot of confidence. Youngsters don't want to be monitored. We give them a lot of flexibility also. But then we demand work. We don't say you come at 9 o'clock. We give them schedules. You have to perform this by such and such date. That's why I said we are not a PSU. We are a PSU in terms of pay, but we are not a PSU. And, you know, he spoke about case studies. Lots of case studies we give to them. We challenge them all the time, not only the youngsters, even the older people. And as he was talking about recruitment within, even we follow that. Lots of opportunities are there for people to grow. So, you know, somehow the culture that we have in the organization is, we tell them, you have your space, you have your time, and you have some money also. You have your career of choice. You want to jump from this SBU to that SBU? Welcome. Come and do it. That's the reason why we are able to retain people despite not paying them a bomb, you know. We market the company with its various USPs that we have. And one thing which I do constantly is, in the interview board, I always make the youngsters sit and they showcase the organization. I don't have to sell the organization. They do the selling bit, you know, because they say, yes, I'm here and I have not left the organization. You will not believe me, but you will believe one of your seniors, is it? That's it. I hope I've succeeded in answering the question.
Thank you, Manjusha. Yeah, you wanted to go? She needs a mic or? Who is it to, the question?
I want the answer from PSU angle also, private angle also.
Oh my God.
And e-commerce angle also. So I would just ask, does diversity matter in the organization, in the workforce? So the diversity can be in terms of generational, gender, or any other kind of diversity, but does it matter? Does it bring something, I would say, contributory to the organization? That is what I want to know from all of you. Thanks.
Can I go first? And that, and this is, so diversity is a very important organizational point these days in all organizations, wherever you're going. There is a mandate to have diversity on the board. There's a mandate for diversity on the board, which we all are aware of. There is a mandate for diversity at senior CXO levels also. And most organizations are struggling to meet this diversity mandate. And unfortunately, they're struggling to meet this diversity mandate because they're looking at diversity from a gender diversity perspective. So in one of my past organizations, IBM again, which is considered to be the most diversity friendly or diversity focused organization, diversity was defined around 16 factors. And those 16 factors around diversity, I'll just name a few of them. So we know diversity around gender, we know diversity around age, we know diversity around your race, we know diversity around where you're coming from. Diversity over here was also in terms of experience, what kind of experience you're bringing on the table. Diversity was also defined around what kind of people you have managed or people you have worked with. Diversity was also defined around very odd factors around gender. So transgenders were people who, IBM has always looked at and has always wanted to hire. Before they went ahead and defined the 16 factors of diversity, they had done a fair amount of research to understand, is it so important to put so much of money on diversity? Because it takes a lot to actually get diverse talent into the organization, get your past employees, get people from other sectors. So when I'm hiring people from non-technology into a technology company, I have to invest a lot of time on that employee to first understand my industry. If I'm hiring someone from old economy companies, the first culture shock for that employee is to actually understand how new economy companies work. So is it worth it? And they did a lot of research and they came to the conclusion, quality of thinking, quality. So there's a very interesting factor that happened in IBM, which continues to happen, by the way, even now. It's called innovation jam. So it was 24 to 48 hours of a period when the whole organization worldwide would actually open up for new ideas. And the best idea that came worldwide, so it was actually on the internal system of IBM, and every employee would actually put ideas, and the CEOs, CEO as well as the senior leaders, any one of them would anchor it globally, and the best idea from the world would actually be prototyped. And if your idea got prototyped and it actually got implemented, the employee became a rich man. So Innovation Jam has been a very successful one. It was started by Sam Palmisano himself. So they realized that most of the times, maximum participation and better quality ideas came into Innovation Jam because of diversity. Also, lateral thinking came on the table because of, diversity. So people who have always been into technology sector, when they were actually getting perspectives from employees who had never worked into the technology sector, they were disruptors in terms of what they were putting on the table. So that's about one organization which did that research. Now coming closer to, the work that Conclave does, and we are typically talking to organizations where we are trying to develop leaders. The number one challenge that CEO actually puts on the table for all of us, and Raj would also agree to it, is I have very few diversity talent in my organization. So the result is my culture has got stuck. So when we are saying that the organization needs to change and new age people management needs to happen, it will only happen when you have an oddball in the room, when somebody is ready to experiment and think differently. And that is where diversity becomes very, very important. If there are 10 people at CXO level and all the 10 people have been in the same organization, have grown together, chances are they are made of absolutely similar experiences. There would be grades of differences, but they would have very similar experiences. So they would not be able to appreciate a variety in that experience, and hence introducing new practices would be very difficult. So that's one place where diversity is appreciated a lot.
You want me? It's okay. So there are two diversities I'll talk about, gender and age. Gender diversity, yes, it's to be encouraged, but if it's just a percentage or a number that you're looking at, it doesn't work, right? So it needs to be the right person that comes on board. When it comes to age diversity, there's a flip side to it. So there's one good side, which is you need mature people in the organization. The flip side is they'll also probably not allow you to go with the speed that you were going. So your answer is yes, it's important. It should not be used only as a measure. It should be put into practical use, right? So as long as you're doing that, it's okay. If that's not the intention, I don't think diversity matters at all. Thanks. You got your answer? Or?
As far as Bangalore is concerned, I told you we are a pan-India organization and have presence in some countries. We recruit in the other countries the locals, and that includes women also, including in UAE, we recruit women. In India, we recruit pan-India, and that includes all sorts of people, including Nepalese people, Gurkhas also. Diversity in every form is encouraged, and including at the board level, because you would see out of the 5 directors, 3 are from outside Bangalore, and they have brought in a lot of value to the organization because they've got best practices from different companies. They are not there currently because the current regime at the center has removed all the old directors, So there are no independent directors right now. But what I'm trying to tell you is the selection is by a body called Public Enterprises Selection Board, where for one post about 5,000 applications are received, and even private sector people are allowed to apply. So we have the best selected because only one post is available. So may the best win. It's like that. And the interview goes on with each candidate for about an hour. And they put lots of, case studies, lots of problems, lots of conditions, not what if, but all those questions are there. So it is only the best people who crack that interview. It has nothing to do with homegrown people. And that's the reason why 3 directors are from other organizations than Bangalore. At the recruitment level, which is primarily for junior posts, as he was saying, we encourage people from different regions, religions, and of course, women create a large chunk of it because our studies have revealed that they are more focused on adhering to their work schedules. They are more focused, more productive, no smoking breaks, no gossip breaks, nothing. And they would like to go home after 9 hours of work. So we find them very, very productive. Yes, there are 2 worries that I have as Director HR of the company. One, even after giving them maternity leave for substantial period, which is 3 years, they like to prolong the leave. That becomes a cause of worry because how do you balance work and life then? And then when they come back, we feel that they have been left behind, knowledge-wise. And then when they have to work with their juniors, they find it a problematic issue. First worry. Second worry is when you transfer these women out, they come crying to me. Now look at me, I have worked all over India. I feel that women should take up the challenge, go anywhere. Once you transfer them, they go to the court of law. Or they put a sexual harassment case against the boss. And then they want to stay on there and they want to prolong that investigation. Because so long as they are able to prolong, they are at the station only. These are the 2 worries. Women, beware, don't do this. People will stop recruiting you. Okay? Thank you. I hope I've answered.
Yeah. So my question is to others. Startups are in the news for reasons like firing a lot of people. There was an article in the Economic Times on Sunday about this on the startup in the fixed. Do you think that it is going to change the perception of people who are going to join startup against joining? And if yes, then are you doing something to counter this perception?
Okay. One is the ET loves to do things like these, right? So most of what you've read in the ET in the recent past, I'm privy to the truth. I was in the center of the helm of affairs, right? Is incorrect to a great extent. But yes, did retrenchment happen? Yes, it did. Does that mean that Infosys did not? Does that mean that SR did not? Does that mean that Reliance did not? Much larger numbers, right? We get into the limelight because this is the industry everybody's tracking right now. Does it discourage people from taking up jobs in startups? Yes, it does. But those are the non-risk takers, right? There aren't enough jobs in the country right now. That's a known fact. So there are enough applicants for every job that's out there. The ones who want to take the risk will take the risk. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Okay, we don't really have time for any more questions, so we're going to wrap it up because we're running really, really late. So let's all put together our hands for a really engaging and interesting panel discussion with all our panelists. We would like to present them with a memento for being with us today and sharing their different and varied viewpoints. Thank you very much for being a part of our panel discussion, sirs and ma'ams. It was very, very interesting and engaging to listen to your points of view. Post this, we will be having a very short 10-minute audience event, and there are prizes up for grabs. We've got pen drives and some other amazing stuff for you all. So remember that we all made you write on those chits of paper and the different topics. So we've had them evaluated, and Ratika ma'am has got a few questions for some of you all. We'll be giving out prizes on the spot. So for 10 to 15 minutes, be prepared for an awesome session right now.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Okay. Hello, hi. My name is Ratika Gore. I heard a bit of your discussion, not too much. I'm here now. Okay, so I always believe, and those who've been my students, that if somebody gives an opinion, you must give both pros and cons. Anybody who keeps talking about the positives of one topic, to me, has zero credibility. So that is the thing which I've looked at your answers, that view. Somebody who's given both sides and then had the courage to say, okay, in my view, the pros outweigh the cons, or the cons outweigh the pros, and this is what we want to suggest. And the second thing which I also like is when people give examples from the industry. So I have with me right now 5 works. What do we call them? Works, questions. Some of them are winners, and some of them were just so darn interesting that I had to bring them up. Okay, so the first question which I wanted to bring out was, how relevant or accepted are dating restrictions within the office to new age people? Who attempted this one? Can we have the group? Can you give your answer? So, Surabhi, Udit, and Shagun. Where are your teammates? Listen, I've been given strict 10 minutes, so you better hurry. I want to know your answer.
Hello everyone. So as we were discussing among the group, we came out that as we are moving ahead, we are looking more to the flat structure, and youngsters like us are not really bound to restrictions and rules. We are looking more for encouragement, and so the foremost thing for us is performance and the encouragement given to us so that we can take new initiatives, and we should not be bounded by all the rules and regulations. What should we wear and where should we go, to whom to talk, to how to talk.
So okay.
But at the same time, we also feel that there should be a certain code of conduct which every person should take upon, which he or she feels is perfect, and we should also take into account the country, the culture, and the type of industry that we are in.
Okay, so what is that code of conduct? Because right now there's no answer. I've not seen a suggestion or recommendation here.
So that is
it's a very nice thing to say. We should be all be nice. It should be transparent, flat structure. But what do you suggest?
I think that depends mainly on the country and the culture that you are in. And
so let's go deep. Let's go specific. In India.
And personally, we believe that we are And personally, we believe everybody of us are very mature that we ourselves believe that what is the proper code of conduct. Like we are sitting here, we ourselves know that what should be a perfect code of conduct for all of us, and we should do it.
So I don't buy it. Anybody else? Anybody wants to counter her? For example, my question would be: so are you okay to date the boss? Yes, please. Can I just? Should we allow the team member to reply, or would you like to first? Oh, you're the team member. Thank you. Okay.
I would say taking even old type of organization also is taking place.
Yes.
Now, in today's organization, because challenges are many and they have to perform, the rule by which it is guided is the performance.
Okay.
So far as you are able to give the performance, these are small things. Culture keeps on changing. It is always a variable. It is not constant. So, rating was there. Rating is there today. So far as you are performing well, rating is not per se bad.
So if you allow me to hope a bit on that, when you say performance is okay, now suppose the person you're dating is responsible for performance appraisal, where does it go then? So just a question anybody wants to.
Anyway, outside thinking, I mean, it is a question of how they behave within the organization for one's organization.
So one is behavioral.
Yeah, after they decide to marry or something, then of course the question comes with the organization how to, redevise or redesign the rules.
Okay, so students, what do you feel? Do we buy this argument? Oh, we have Ajay here saying no. Okay, in the sense of time, I'm going to go forward. I know personally companies like PG have certain policies which allow for dating and marriages as long as it's not your direct report. You don't affect the person's performance appraisal. So I was hoping to bring some kind of specific answers on that. Okay, the next one is maternity benefit at work. Who's the team? Chitra, Tanushri, Ashwin, Jyotirmoy, Merlin. Chitra is a Spock. Okay. What's your point of view?
So believe that yes, it's already been established that maternity benefits in terms of leaves or any other benefits are very much essential because that is the point of time when your female employee or resource needs all that help and support from the professional environment because she is dealing with so much of responsibility in her personal life. So we have suggested a few ways in which in some organizations it is being carried out and in some novel ways like the duration in some organizations still not up to that level. People are expected to report to work in 1 or 2 months, which is not really sufficient. Then we have suggested that when you are given a maternity leave, you should not be expected to work, but then you should be kept in loop whether when you are part of a team. So if any team meeting is going on or some new decisions have been made, so you should be kept in loop of that conversation so that when you resume back office, you are not lagging behind in all that information. And in that way, all the policies should be in place so that when you resume back your work, you are treated as par with other employees who have not had a break from their work, and your chances of promotion or getting other benefits remain as such. So your maternity should not impact your performance.
Okay, you also mentioned a couple of other points, that is daycare facilities, financial support, and medical facilities at workplace. You mentioned in your answer, right? What kind of financial support for single mothers? I didn't get that. I mean, you're working, you're an employee, right?
I mean, in certain cases, when the employers of like union labor, then their pay is not that much. So we propose that if the mother is a single mother, then some financial support should come from the organization.
So let's ask some of the HR professionals here. Is it feasible?
Sorry, they didn't buy it. But also medical facilities at workplace. I'll go down to the next one, and there'll be a point which I wanted to bring out. So the next one is healthcare at work to manage medical costs, and the group is, they haven't written their names. Do you want to just stand up? Yeah. So what is your answer?
Honestly speaking, I think we didn't quite get the question first. We should be talking about the solutions to that. Right? We weren't really said about that, so we started with stuff. Essentially, it's like, healthcare is one of the most unaddressed topic, or so to say, because countries in poverty, people can't afford stuff. Hospitals are charging randomly. There are a lot of stuff happening.
I'll tell you what, he's been telling me in my ear, just 1 minute, 2 minute, 1 minute. I'll just ask you one question. Have you thought about healthcare data being confidential and what it'll do if it's in the workplace? Any thoughts on that? Would you like to share your data on health?
Data would really be confidential, but then analytics can be applied even by keeping the data confidential, and some trends can be observed in the data which can be prescribed.
How is it confidential then? The moment you are doing analytics on that?
As long as the customer name and particular personal details are remaining confidential.
So they're confidential within the employees, but the HR person will know, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, just that thought I wanted to bring out. Also for Chitra, medical facilities at workplace have the same problem. The last one is, the two of them. Impact of having creche in office in India, I think was a very well done. Do you want to quickly give your points?
The thing that we came up was that India is shifting towards a nuclear structure of families, and because of that, traditionally grandparents go on to take care of children, which while the mother is working. So since that is not happening, and the whole society is shifting towards a nuclear structure, so it is becoming important that we allow creches in the workplaces so that women can stop their kids and leave them at the creches and then go on.
Got it. What are the red flags?
The red flags are the firms are always pushing towards cost cutting and a leaner style of doing things. So these come up as additional activity which probably in times of crisis will be looked upon first to cut down. So what we think is, since human capital is always gives returns in the long term, and serve creches and allowing working mothers to come really fast onto the workplace will actually increase their potential and the human capital in that, so that it's a good investment.
Okay, so let's hear from the HR professional.
It's a great talk. I'm a young mother of 2 kids, so I highly appreciate that. I'd like to just put a few perspectives on the table. Number one, for any organization, so we're talking about diversity and we're talking about everyone being treated equal. So the moment we start talking about those things and then we try and push the envelope on what more do you offer on the women, for the women, automatically they start moving towards the other side and saying why to make all that investment. What organizations are doing actually, so an organization which has a certain size of women fraternity, they are already doing that. Additionally, cluster of organizations have come together and they have created world-class facilities. So the fact is that this is already prevalent. Whether you could push an organization to create it for your employees, it depends upon numbers. If you don't have a certain population of women, it will not make sense. But there are various ways, and these days you don't need to depend upon your organization. There are a host of ways of actually trying to manage them.
Okay. Okay.
Organizations are keen on offering facilities, but the issue is who will take the responsibility for running that place, As a person who pioneered childcare leave in Indian Oil, I was the advisor to Director HR, policy advisor. IOC was the first company to introduce childcare leave for 3 years for women. And we said we are also ready to set up creches. But the issue is who will manage those creches? We wanted a team of volunteers, working women, to come forward and say, okay, we'll organize this, we'll organize that. Nobody came forward. They wanted everything to be done by the company. We said we will provide everything, but you put in place the people who will manage it as per your child's choice. Nobody wanted to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will now announce the winners. So are we giving them something or just bragging rights? Okay, there's something for you guys. Okay, so the third place goes to the team which answered maternity benefits at work. थोड़ा इनटू डाल दो और काफी मेहनत करी इन लोगों ने. The second place is for the group which answered the question, what is the impact of having creche in the offices in India? And the winner team is, first of all, I must say, very well articulated, very good, well considered opinions, very nicely done. The team which answered, should work from home be made a norm when people hardly get time to spend with their family, especially kids?
So we hope that you all enjoyed that event. We've still got some more prizes which will be distributed post the session. After this, we've got our two student speakers coming in. Please put your hands together for Saurav Sen and Mayuk Bhadra Chaudhary.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'll begin by saying that we'll have to retract on the Dean's promise of us giving digital presentations. We've ditched the PPTs and the videos. We'll keep this short. And for the benefit of our guests, we've styled this as a conversation between me and Saurav to give you a perspective of the viewpoints that we have as students of HR and what we're looking for going into our careers. So Saurav, can you start us off?
Yes, so that was Mayuk for you. You can see all of 22 and a fresher, eco-grad from St. Xavier's, Kolkata. He is the diversity in our batch. Half of the time you'll find him dressed as a rapper, kind of informal. He'll give you wonderful insights about our batch on our college radio. All of you have already experienced that. So overall, a creative, free-spirited person who lives life and believes in living it to the fullest.
Yeah, so and Dada here, as we call him, Saurav, is diametrically the opposite to what my character is. He's someone who's very rigid, an engineer from Jadavpur University. He's got work experience, and he sometimes walks into class looking more serious than the professor. He's been mistaken as the professor, and as you can see, our dressing styles also reflect that. And so Dada is extremely rigid. It's very difficult to work with him sometimes because he sticks to the rules, right? He won't bend even a bit when it comes to the rules. He even insists on marking us late if we enter class 5 minutes late, something which is absurd and unheard of, because the only thing we know is absence. We've never heard of late. So these are our contrasting personalities. We're completely different. But Dada, what do you think about our careers? Because out here, we're here for the same purpose, right? We're trying to search for the best fit in terms of our career. So Dada, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so, after having gone through an established corporate system, having really experienced what structure is like, I believe I'm ready for more responsibility. I believe I can drive change in an organization. And so I look at startups as being that ideal target. I don't want to wait for 5 to 6 years to rise up the corporate ladder. I want it now. And I also want that steep salary jump, which we know that startups give you. So Mayuk, in response to your question, startup is the thing for me. That's the dream job.
Well, on the contrary, you see, as a fresher who's never drawn a salary, for me, salary isn't that big a thing. So going into a company, it's not like the startup attractiveness in terms of pay package holds the same for me as it does for you. I'm looking for something more stable, something like an FMCG biggie, something which will teach me business. For someone who's never seen business, it's best to join an organization which has a proper hierarchy. You learn to see what mainstream is, you learn to respect it, and then later on in life, maybe you'll search for a change. So Dada, given we assume that through our B school lives, we both get what we want. He gets the startup that he wants for his career growth, accelerated career growth, and I get the FMCG I want so that I get a stable career track. And let's assume we meet 5 years later. Dada?
Yeah, so again, as Mayuk said, I get my dream job, foodkhichdi.com, and he goes to the established biggie, which we are going to call Big Bank. And so just for, let's just humor ourselves and see what happens. So 5 years down the line.
So Dada, what's your life like? How's Food Khichdi treating you?
Well, I did get the big salary jump that I wanted, but then I don't get the employees. They come in whenever they want to. I don't, there's no concept of late and absence. I used to mark all of you guys late all the time, and people come in and go whenever they want to. There's no sense of structure. This is creating a lot of tension. I don't get it.
See, this is typical of him even through B school. When we used to walk in 10 minutes late. You know how many problems I'm having at my workplace? I'm used to walking into the 8:30 class in the morning 15 minutes late. And now at my workplace, if I cross a 10-minute if I walk in 10 minutes late for my start time, I get a half day. My pay gets cut for half a day. And that's not really what I want as an ideal workplace. So it's not working out well for me as well. But leaving that aside, what's your actual work like? Like, what are you doing? Do you like it?
Well, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Here I am, a finance major. I was thinking that I'd go into a corporate finance role, and then I find myself sometimes doing some marketing job. Sometimes I find myself in HR. Sometimes I find myself working on an advertising strategy. There is no defined work profile for me. I'm totally confused here.
But that's exactly what I would have wanted. See, as a fresher, I wanted to learn all of that. But look at me, I'm stuck here. I can't move. Every time I go to my HR and I tell her that, ma'am, I'm not liking it here, I want to change. Pat comes the reply, oh, we'll see to it. It'll be done. Nothing concrete ever happens. So I'm stuck doing something which is extremely repetitive. All I have is the big tag associated with me, but the work is still what it is.
Well, Mayuk, as they say, befel is befel. And well, why are we even talking about our work? What about the culture? What about the environment? I cannot deal with these employees at Food Khichdi. They order pizza and beer post 8 o'clock. How am I supposed to work with alcoholics? And forget bio breaks. Here people take video game breaks. I see my boss playing Counter-Strike during a 15-minute break. I cannot deal with this.
Dada, I think it's very different for me. It's come to the point where I can't even go out and take a call from my parents in peace. Because you know what? If my boss sees me, he won't say anything to me. He'll just give me a smile and walk off. But the next meeting, when it's appraisal time, even that small thing will come up. I'm under a lot of stress. I'm gaining weight every day thanks to the bad lifestyle I have. And I really don't know what to do with this. So in fact, I love that. I've been going online, searching these PR firms in Goa, which have exactly the same kind of structure you have, relaxed people bro-zoning each other, people not bro-zoning, my bad. People fist bumping each other. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right?
So, I mean, I don't really know if I get your point, Mayuk, but what about performance appraisal?
Oh God, that's horrible. That's the worst thing. So I joined a big company thinking it'd be all like hunky-dory, but it's not. Because every time there's a performance appraisal, that is the worst. Because when I was at B school, you know how all you people with work experience used to tell me, see, it'll be sailed through, all you need to take care of is appraisal. And I thought, wow, that's a great deal. There's just 2 times a year that you actually need to like focus. And then I realized those 2 times of the year are the worst times of the year, even though it's just 2 times. Because it's the most horrible part of the year where everyone's just talking and you don't know what everyone's talking about. And it happens to be about you.
Well, on the other hand, I don't even know who my boss is. I don't even know what exactly I am supposed to fill on that form. Because I find myself doing so many different things. I don't even know, I have forgotten what KRA is. And when it's performance appraisal time and my boss expects me to sum up everything that I have done in 5 minutes, there is no system, no points, no nothing. I really don't know how things are going to work out. And that brings us to a very important question here. We did get the jobs that we wanted, but do we really have the lives that we needed?
I think we shouldn't listen to Lata ma'am when she was telling us about the HR.
And you know what? We look at startups. There are lots of pros and cons, but we must understand that a startup of today is poised to become the established big firm of tomorrow, and the established biggies of today were once startups. We understand that they have to coexist. And well, if we are talking about change, then probably HR function is the way to start, because humans are probably the most important strategic asset to a company. So Mayuk, what do you think?
I think, Dada, we need to end this debate about startup versus big companies. We need to create this median ground where the big company says, look, I'll open my policy up, I'll make it a bit more liberal, I'll suit the new age workplace. And the startup says, look, these big companies were starting off at some point of time. I aspire to get there. So let's get a bit more structure into what I'm doing. And therefore you achieve like a median ground where both our parties are happy. And to conclude, I'd just like to say that when I was in B school, going on with the narrative, there's this whole point which all of us know, wherein when we sit for placements, the HR fit is more designed than coming from inside. You know, however much we hear, when we go and sit for the placement, we don't consider what we actually are. Say, for example, in this room, in this HR conclave, you'll see, if Ratika ma'am asks us, you know, what do you think about formal clothing at the workplace? Everyone will put their hands up and say, no ma'am, we should be able to walk in jeans. But the minute you sit for a company placement, there is no way that me or anyone else will sit for, say, a PNG interview and say, ma'am, I think we should have jeans at the workplace. So the onus is more on the HR to understand that you're actually doing a disservice to the participant by not being able to read the participant despite what he or she is saying. Because it's not up to the participant to reveal what the true nature is, because that's extremely idealistic and that's not going to happen. So even if someone fits your bill in terms of competency, it's up to you as an HR professional to come and see us and identify ourselves for what we truly are.
I couldn't have agreed more. You know, we are living in a brave new world, and it will require bold and innovative steps. So as Mayuk said, HR is already doing that. They are actually leveraging analytics. You have fields like talent analytics, people analytics. HR is amalgamating third-party data from social media to get to know their employee better. You know, CV is actually going to become passive. Companies are actually coming up with mini management games to see the HR fit of the individual. And so as we move forward, we believe that new age people management is actually going to, well, sort of give us a common ground where we are better placed to choose what we want to, and again, live the lives that we need.
With that, we call it a wrap. Thank you guys for listening to us.
I request Mayuk and Saurabh to stay back on stage to be felicitated. I would like to invite Dr. Ladir to please felicitate Mayuk. You can thank her for what she told you, which will help you 5 years hence. I would now like to invite Keith sir to please present the prize to Saurabh. Dada. With that, we're coming to the close of the session, and Dr. Keith D'Souza will now present the concluding remarks. We'll be having the prize distribution for the best questions post this.
I know giving the concluding remarks at the end of a long session like that is always a problem. I'm not going to be giving too long concluding remarks, but just maybe a minute or so. The other day while getting into the metro, I ran into one of our past students, in fact, somebody who passed out last year from the PGPM program. And well, I got to ask her, what is she doing? And then I was surprised to say that I'm into a startup. She set up a startup of her own. So I was a little taken aback, and then I asked her why. And she says, well, because I want to do something that I like to on my own. And she was telling me about some of the kind of problems that she was facing, but she still seemed to be very, very interested. what I have listening to the speakers here about the kind of issues that they have with respect to startups, I realize that the key to people management in the new age companies is a very old solution actually. It comes from the work of, there is a gentleman called Viktor Frankl who wrote a beautiful book called Man's Search for Meaning. And he enunciated a principle which I think is something which the new age management, new age people management is something which is implementing, and which we are seeing that. And the answer is this: if you have a why to live for, you can bear with almost anyhow. And the reason why there is such a high level of motivation and engagement in many of these new age companies is that somehow mysteriously the managements have learned, I think, to try to cater to this need, something which in the past organizations have not been able to deal with. So that I think is the key to that. And I think this is something that going ahead, both conventional organizations as well as the new age organizations would need to look at that. How do we institutionalize a culture? How do we create systems? How do we create processes by which people will find meaning and relevance and joy in what they are doing? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. And with that, we're coming to a wrap. I'd just like to announce the 5 winners for the top 5 questions from among the audience. I would request you all to come on stage and please collect your prizes. So first, we've got Pranav Pendyala. Aditi Dalmia. Gaurav Bangar. Siddhant Mathur. And finally, Saran Shah. And with that, we come to the conclusion of the HR Conclave 2016. We hope you all enjoyed and gained a lot of valuable insights from our respected dignitaries and our keynote speakers as well. And the student speakers, of course, had a very entertaining and engaging session. So we look forward to seeing you again next year. Lunch is served outside. Kindly collect your coupons and proceed. Thank you very much. We request the panelists to please come together for a photograph.
I request all the volunteers to come up to the stage. We have small goodies for you. Just a thank you. Saurav Shantikari, Chaudhary, Ravi Shankar, Ravi Teja, Balaji, Shohini and Arjun. Please come up to the stage. We have small goodies for you.